Alright, alright. Can you hear me clearly now? Now that the rain is gone? I'm sorry, that's a really bad pun. Joke. Let me adjust my mic slightly. You may hear some minor crinklage. It's all good though. It's all very good. Let me just bring the volume down a little bit of music. I don't want it to come away entirely, because I quite like that sound. Can everyone hear the music in my voice? Good balance? Good balance of jazz core music and my voice. Good. Let me oh, hang on. This isn't my screen. Let's bring it into perspective, shall we? Ah, that's better. Now we're back. Oh, hang on. Let me make a quick couple of adjustments to the screen. I have it from last week's stream still, this section. Let me just reset that real quick. Reset all goals. Yep, reset all those, and we're back. Good. Perfect. Excellent. So, chat, welcome everyone. It's always a little bit of fun when there's a little bit of scuff at play, isn't there? It's always a little bit of scuff. Always a little bit. But it's okay. We're good. Did we transition properly? Oh, I haven't saved this yet. That's right. There we go. Now we should have the proper amount of goals. Wait, that's not right. Go away. That's the wrong screen. That's not what we want. Okay, that's good. Best as we can get it anyway. Welcome everyone. Welcome so much. It's been a week, hasn't it? It's certainly been a fun, chaotic kind of week. But hey, we got what we got. You know what I'm saying? It's a good time for all. And tomorrow is my birthday, so I consider this a treat to myself. Deciding to challenge God to a fight. Only this time is two of his strongest soldiers in the mix this week. But it's all good. It's all good. No problems here on my part. And of course, we have a few housekeeping discussions to have regarding a couple of small bits of drama going on, but nothing too serious. I find it very funny, actually. Two people drop drama hit pieces on me the same day I drop one of my more successful videos the last few weeks, so that's really cool. I think it's kind of neat. I think it's neat. I think it's funny, you know, in general. But what are you going to do? So we're going to cover that stuff very briefly. I know that's what the drama hounds want to discuss. But I'm not particularly worried about that too much. Actually, it's funny. You know who tried to jump in the deep end of the pool now that there's blood in the water, quote unquote? Everyone's good old favorite Lily tried to make some noise this week. Yeah, you ready for this one? Our dear old friend Lily decided to stop in by and have some comments on me. Let me bring these up real quick. I think these are the full images, right? Okay, cool. Let me get the other one up real quick. So, Lily Orchard was asked on her Tumblr account. Yeah, so Lily, Courtney, and Blackishhh all had comments. I'll start with Lily's because it's the most, bizarrely the least to discuss, which is not saying too much. You know, Lily Orchard actually dropped a video this week. No one saw it, so I think we can say mission accomplished. There's no need to ever talk about her ever again, given that no one seems to care what she has to say. So hey. Congrats all around, mission accomplished. There you go. But right here we have some comments right here, some screenshots. Lily, after multiple times, continues to run with the narrative that, I'm not sure you can read this right here, I'm going to read it out loud for you as well, that apparently, let me adjust the screen slightly, make that a little bigger. There we go. Cool. Lily's still running with the narrative that me reacting to her is somehow proof that I am trying to attack her income or something like that. So right here, so an anonymous person asked, and I assume it's not actually a self-ask because it's critical of her. Attacking your source of income, are you claiming Ant put false copyright claims on your channel like you did to him? And her argument is that reaction videos are theft. A follow-up ask question. Yeah, the old reaction videos where they take someone's whole video, play it unedited and uninterrupted, say 7 words and upload that is theft and against fair use. However, and all I've seen that react to you have done transformative content. Oh, Super Chat, welcome.
At Angels Art and Gaming super chatted $10. Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
And have some for you, the spouse, and little Grimuglia Jr. Treat yourself to, I dunno, whatever you can get for $10. Maybe some cupcakes, maybe a cake, or a fine wine.
Ooh, a fine wine would be pretty good. You can get good wine for $10. I will say that right now. You can get a very good wine for 10 or 15 bucks, easy. It used to be like a lot of good wines, but now everything's so expensive. I still think you can get a good wine for under $10. But no, thank you so much. Yeah, no, thankfully the baby doesn't need too much right now. He just wants milk. Which, hey, if you want to help donate to our formula fund, I will not be opposed to that. I will say that right now. But yeah, so anyway, so basically they ask is like, hey, you know, Ant makes transformative content about you. It's not really sure what you're saying. They make jokes, comment, give information throughout the entire thing. I know you hate pause and complain, but the alternative to pause and complain is copyright theft, lol. They don't claim anything you've made is theirs. Yeah, exactly. And so Lily's response to this is, don't care, didn't ask, reaction videos of theft, make real videos instead of parasitically leeching off other people. Which, you know, I mean, Lily, in that case, the question remains, actually, I'm going to change the background. Chat, help me choose a new background for this. I want to change the my wallpaper right here. I'm going to do it in real time with you all so you can see what I got here. I'm trying to find a good one here. Will this work a little better? Think that looks good, chat? Maybe we should go with something a little more timely. Actually, I like that one quite a lot. I go with this. This looks good. Go with that. Cool. But yeah, no. So what? Isn't that video? Isn't that what Lily does? Yeah. Well, Lily did have do a stream once where she watched just all of Korra on stream. Didn't offer any commentary, didn't offer any transformative content, just watched Korra straight through, and that was that. Which I'm like, buddy, that's worse than what I've ever done to you, because that's like an entire show you just streamed out to your audience. What are you gonna do? I don't know, something probably. But yes, that's Lily. There was also 2 other videos that dropped, both of which I was getting strays in. They weren't really about me, but I got strays because I was by association with other people, you know, mainly side. So those were the Courtney Peet, which is Lily's sister, and Blackishhh expose, which were entertaining.
At Big Jack Films super chatted $1.43.
Oh, yes.
Thoughts on the Star Wars Visions fan film topical?
Ooh, I have not seen the newest Star Wars Vision season. Is that out yet? The third one? I like the first 2 seasons quite a bit. More season 1 than 2 personally, because I like I like how season 1 had more animated directors than season 2, which is still good. I like that too, but fan films though, I haven't seen enough fan films lately from Star Wars. I've been watching a lot of, obviously, as you can tell with the Jurassic Park video, I watched a lot of Jurassic Park fan films, which is interesting. I think it's really cool. Yeah, no. The new season's out? Oh, excellent. I gotta watch it then. I'm really curious. Yeah, no, and again, listen, haters are part of the gig. Once you hit a certain size on YouTube, you're gonna get a lot of haters. It's just how it is. It's inevitable. I was talking to, a while ago, I was talking to Jessie Gender, of all people, about that, because I noticed that she was getting some flack for something. We were both talking about, you know, people online who, like, just get really critical of stuff, and you know, she's like, yeah, no, it happens, you know, and she went into more specifics that I won't divulge here, because it's not relevant, but the vibe of it is that if you do something online, you're gonna get people angry at you eventually. This is how it is. So if you're willing to accept that, it's fine, you know? And besides, it's actually healthy for the community. Because what ends up happening is, if you have a healthy community, it means that there's going to be people who don't like it or don't mesh well with it. You know, not everyone's going to love everything, you know? OSP, one of the bigger channels in this niche, has haters. H-Bomber Guy, Mauler hates him, I guess you can say. Or at least didn't like him for a long time, until he, I guess, laughed at him too much, because they haven't talked a lot about it. By the way, I was going to discuss the critical drinker thing, but I was looking into it, and that's at a certain point, I'm like, this is already a mess already. I don't really need to step into it. The gist of the Critical Drinker idea that I was going to do originally was Critical Drinker put out a review of Predator Badlands that friends of the channel, the Birdman, Oddly Noah, Eric Debunks, all reacted to. Then EFAP reacted to most of them, except for Birdman. And there's another channel too who I'm less familiar with, who's makes good content, whose name eludes me, who I don't know personally, so I didn't want to drag him into it as well. And I'm like, at a certain point, I'm just reacting to reactions of reactions. It wasn't fun to watch.
At Angels Art and Gaming super chatted $5, Formula Fund. Anyways, have you ever watched Dead Sounds Dinosauria? It's some of my favorite dinosaur media. I have seen Dinosauria, I think. Yeah, that was pretty good. I like that one quite a bit. At Stingertopia3169 super chatted $5.
Oh,
Blackish, yeah. Man, that vid was genuinely some of the worst exposing video I've ever seen. Won't spoil anything though, since we ain't there yet.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about Blackish's video right now. And I'm going to go over it briefly, just because I don't think it's super relevant, and I don't want to get my stream demonetized. Which, if I played Blackish's video, it would, given all the slurs he drops in that video. Listen, I'm not someone who is against edgy comedy. Edgy comedy is, for what it's worth, is fine, but there has to be a joke. You know, if you have to explain why something's funny, and it's not immediately funny, it's not funny. And Blackish's video in particular went into way too many anti-Semitic jokes. It was just Jewish joke after Jewish joke, and I'm like, at a certain point, you're like I get as to a degree, oh, you want to be shocking, you want to be jarring, you want to be offensive. Okay, whatever, you know. A lot of people can't do edgy right. The Newgrounds guys back in the day could do edgy really well because they were still jokes that used edginess and offensiveness as part of the construct. But, like, if your joke is just playing Jewish music and saying a person looks Jewish, that's not a funny joke. Like, there's no humor there. Where's is it just the shock value of it? Because at a certain point, you do the same thing 15 times. It's not shocking anymore. It's just, okay, whatever. That's boring. And again, like, I think it was better constructed than his first Psy video. I think he was more focused. From a technical standpoint, it was a vast improvement. He finally changed the batteries of his smoke alarms. It wasn't beeping in the background the whole time. Still needs a new mic, though. I mean, listen, this mic's like, this mic right here, I filmed most of my videos on like a $30 mic. Come on. $30 USB mic. It's not complicated. It's like a headphone set, basically. It was really hard to hear him. And so I can't even be offended by half of what he said, because I couldn't understand half of what he said. It was just, whatever. But I did notice that it doesn't seem to be getting as much traction as his previous videos did. I think it's sitting right now at 40,000 after like about a week, which isn't bad. It's good numbers, but his first Psy one got 200,000, and most of that in the first week. His Limus the Slime video got like 70,000, and again, most of that in the first week. So, with drama stuff like this, it really has an expiration date, you know? If you're reacting to current drama, there really is a short shelf life for that kind of video. That's one of the reasons why I don't make them. I like making more evergreen stuff. And so I was kind of thinking, why isn't it getting the audience? I think one is the thumbnail's repellent. I think that's one factor. And again, I found it funny. I'm going to show you I'm just going to bring up the thumbnail real quick. Even though it is very, it's a very offensive thumbnail, but we'll just go through it real quick. One sec. Blackish. Let's see what it's sitting on right now. The Blackish's video right here. Oh, he has another video out already. Okay, so already it's like he's already moving past it. So yeah, here's the thumbnail right here. And you'll see with me immediately, it's very, it's a poor taste. You got me here with heart eyes looking at Psy. Psy has a anti-Semitic stereotypical face on, has a Star of David under her head, and has Blackish's incoherent avatar in the background. And again, they were kind of going like, oh, Anthony, why do you think he's going to make Jewish jokes about you? And it's like, well, maybe because the word Jewish is plastered over my face. But again, 39,000 views. Not bad, but it's a far cry from what he got before, which is 219 views. And a thumbnail that's also incoherent, but at least more clear what he's talking about. 48,000 again, 3 weeks ago. Oh yeah, the VTubers are pedo baiting video. That's nothing too I want to talk about in a second. The miners video, 76,000. Again, you know, this at least is a thumbnail that tells you something. This tells you something. This tells you something. This doesn't really tell you anything. It's just very messy, especially considering I'm only in 3 minutes of the whole video. I'm barely in it. Hell, even this one with, this is the worst ranting for vengeance video I've ever seen, because it's like, well, look at the thumbnail for that. He takes up almost all of it. Ranting for Vengeance is a tiny corner. Superman's a tiny corner. You can barely tell what this is about. And that's the problem with a lot of these videos. It's like, they're just not effective. You're talking about my 2 favorite locales. Hey, how's it going, KHCast? Yeah, no. Hey, what's up? No, yeah, and it's like, the problem is from a thumbnail perspective, what is this video telling you? You know, with thumbnails, you gotta... And I talked to Krim about this a lot, too. What is being communicated by the thumbnail? You got to ask yourself with every thumbnail, is it clear what we're talking about here? You know, what's being said? What's being talked about? And the problem is that unless you really have a good sense of thumbnail art, you got to... And because this is telling you quickly, oh, Psy's in the center. That's the only big point about it. Video itself, though, doesn't seem to be having a lot of good reception. Let's take a quick look right here in the comments real quick. So in the comments, you got a bunch of stuff. You got 4-member size Discord. You know, that's the biggest comment there. Size of right wing is imminent. You know, whatever. Size inspirational. Makes me want to go full thing. Funny leaves no awful person. Size Psy kicked out 109 fandoms. Again, you got the expected ones, of course. Very little about me. It's mostly about Psy, which, you know, it's fair. But then you scroll down a little bit, and you start getting, where are we? About me right there. Has been enjoyer, extremely annoying. Didn't tell her I was full up on the wall. Has been hotel. A lot of has been hotel comments. Pink King has surpassed sub and sign counts. That, and the third. Yada yada yada. Fitting the ant full to Tony Soprano while defending Psy. It's fair. Op block. I was curious what Psy did wrong. This one got some traction, 104 likes. I was curious what Psy did wrong this time and assumed the Jewish thing was on the thumbnail. Was just her being a bigot again? And the scheming Jew meme slowly faded on the screen. I don't like Psy either, but this whole thing was really uncomfortable and unpleasant, man. Yeah, 20 comments right there back and forth about it. I'd feel sympathy for me. There you go. I hate the ant guy so much. It really stinks, that ant guy. He's terrible. Was watching for Psy. Again, a lot of comments here seem a little divisive here. Can't get out, you got pissy at Psy. But again, most of them were angry at Psy. Whatever. Man, this channel used to be fun, including the comments. Now both the creator and comment section is either racists or the most immature replies I've ever seen. Edgelord comedy and serious topics mix as good as oil and water. Again, a lot of likes there. That's the problem. You're seeing a lot of this right here. A lot of people did not react well to this. This video was just weird. I feel like being an advocate for dark humor, but everything in this video seemed just strange and all over the place. You know, again, look at these comments, they're not responding all that well. And I think that's a big issue with why this isn't an effective expose vid. Why'd you just put Jewish under ant? Why does being Jewish even matter? French hate tribe to ally the anti-Semitic jokes. And he's getting a lot of likes. 30 likes, 40 likes. The top ones have 500, sure, but that tells you something. If enough people are responding in such a negative way, your video wasn't effective. And that's the problem with it. It just wasn't an effective expose. And I'm fine with you saying where I screw up. Please, do so. But it looks like you just weren't as effective at what you're trying to communicate to the audience you should have communicated it to. I'm not going to go over the video again because I don't want to get my stream demonetized that quickly. Again, we're talking about AndyPants gaming, so we'll probably get demonetized later on, but I'll save my my risk for then. But it's just like, you watch that and you go, it's just like, okay, well, where was the point in that? If your expose doesn't convince the other side that you're right, it's not very effective. All you're doing is playing to the choir, people who already don't like me or Psy, or people who just don't like it. It's like, well, I don't know. Not very effective. And that's why I'm not really going to care too much what he has to say. Because it's like, well, his own audience didn't really care. His own audience got put off by it. So why should I care? And again, that's just one of two. The other one is Courtney's, which was a rambling, incoherent mess. But we're not going to talk about Courtney too much because, again, Courtney is incoherent. She's not a very trustworthy person. She's extremely erratic. There's no real value going into what she has to say. But that's all housekeeping. I just had to address it because I know people kept asking about it. I don't really care about what either of them have to say. It doesn't matter. Very few people came to my comments talking about what they had to say. It didn't have much appeal outside their target demographics. And the people who did look at it kind of looked at it to laugh at their side or laugh at the situation. So it wasn't not very effective. Ugh. But again, just housekeeping. Had to go over it. What I'd rather talk more about is AndyPants Gaming and Tactical Templar, both of whom appear to be God's strongest warriors, diving into madness. I'm seeing Cutcast. I did see you there. Yes, I do know about AndyPants Gaming more than Tactical Templar, because I was watching the Dead Domain stream when they were playing through AndyPants Gaming's magnum opus game. So I got a full view of all the stuff that is no longer online and was censored out of the version of the stream. The version of the stream is now online. Oh my goodness. So AndyPants Gaming, for those who don't know, is you know what? Let's just play one of his more iconic videos first. Let's start there, and then I'm going to show you bits of his video game that's something. It's something. So let me just mute the music. Actually, perfect timing to silence it. It was about the end of a song. So AndyPants Gaming is it's a guy on the internet. We'll put it that way. Just slightly. Here's his most popular videos. AndyPants Gaming is very famous for a lot. He's an anti-woke grifter, game designer technically, if you count if he has the assistance of AI to get there, who has a lot of comments about how masculinity is being softened in the modern age by feminism and the gays, which speaks to a large amount of insecurity. He used to be an Xbox shill account. He used to just shill Xbox a lot, you know? Talk about Xbox games, how great Xbox is, etc., etc. And what ended up happening is, when that grift dried up, when the Xbox console war stuff kind of started fading away, he jumped on the anti-grifter anti-woke grift. Now, the problem is, all of this speaks of his own insecurities. It's very funny. So right here, we're going to watch one of his more popular videos. I want to point this out. This video has 2.8 million views I'm going to play. 2.8 million views. There's a lot of people watching this. And I want to point that out because if you watch one AndyPants Gaming video, you've watched most of them. Let's take a listen. Oh, hang on. Let me get the volume back on. Chat, any comments now before we start? I'm going to pause. I'm going to pause super chats until we get to the big bit in a bit. Until we get to big pausing points in a bit. But if you have any super chats to say right now, speak now, forever hold your peace. Yeah, no, this is pretty bad stuff. Pussification's wild. Yeah, it's a wild term, isn't it? Yeah, again, very confident in his masculinity. That's one thing about masculinity too. If you have to constantly reinforce how manly you are you that manly? I don't know. But again, I want to question his manhood. Let's take a look.
Like masculinity has slowly been drained from modern video games. I was looking at recent staff photos of Ubisoft and Halo Infinite developers, and it's all starting to make sense. It's a bunch of fat, white, liberal women. And
okay, first off, I wouldn't even call any of these women fat at all. Like, none of these women I would ever describe that way. But secondly, you can tell right away his entire style, right? Right away. Hates women. All these liberals are ruining video games, they're the ones developing all the games, and they're terrible. Oh my God, you know. Oh yeah, no, he's a great guy. Great guy. Very, very welcoming. Very inclusive. hates all. He's very much a quote unquote traditionalist. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. But again, looks at Ubisoft and says, "Oh, there's only women working on these games." I'm sure if I do a little digging, I can find many men working at Ubisoft, but I digress.
White liberal women have no interest in masculine, manly, male characters. They wouldn't even know how to write one if they tried. This is why Rockstar, a company founded by men that at least in 2018 was still mostly run by men, created the magnum opus Red Dead Redemption 2.
Let's take a look at that real second. Let's look at the staff at Red Dead Redemption 2. 1 second. Staff. Let's take a look at that real quick. No. Here we go. Full cast and credit. Okay, let's take a look right here. This is the IMDb page. Let's take a look. Not the most reliable source, but let's take a look at who was involved with it. So writers. James, Chelsea. Also, one of the first major writers was a woman, Chelsea. Chelsea Chun, specifically. Eliza. There we go. Eliza Oimedo. There you go. Logan, Mark, Stanford. Tyron. Who's this guy, girl? Couldn't tell you. No information. That's fine. Veronica, we have multiple different writers working on the game who are working in tandem with other writers, yes, but there was still female crew on the writing staff. Obviously, a lot of women in the cast and crew. In the cast, of course, a lot of women working on the game. But the head writers were male. I'll give them that. But a lot of female writers working on different. That's the cast. Okay, again, that one really. I have to scroll through it. Okay, a lot of actors, many of whom are famous character actors and what have you. A lot of famous voice actors here. Many of whom are female, by the way. Come on, let's go. Come on. Okay, here we go. Producers, Chris. Okay, so all the producers are male, of course. Composer, casting director, art director, secondary unit director, art department. Miriam, a lot of female. Carmen, Sarah, Kelly, Zhangjing, Joyce, Lei. A lot of people here who worked in the game were female. A lot of them were female. Sound department, of course, got a lot of that too. Steven, of course, Steven. Mostly male. I will give you that. Mostly male, but a lot of women too. Stunt performers. Several women stunt performers. Multiple. Bryce. Again, picking out names out here, but again, camera right here. Okay, mostly male camera working. Animation department. Okay, the point is, there's a lot of women working on this game. Priya. You go down the list, you can find a bunch. Mostly male, sure, but a lot of them were female. And that's the thing right there. It's like you look at the list and it's like, well, it wasn't just only men. A lot of women worked in key elements of the game. Because, shock of all shocks, women like video games. I know, shocking. But again, I digress. I'll give them it with this. It was mostly men who worked on Red Dead specifically, but not exclusively. And to act like they didn't contribute to what was ultimately the final product you played, it's reductive, I would say. Let's let a few supers play in real quick.
At Angels Art and Gaming super chatted $5. The best part of these anti-woke gaming grifters is that they ended up giving attention to a lot of indie games and creators to a lot of LGBTQ gamers.
100%. They were great advertising campaigns, basically, for all these different games.
At Blue Baron 6858 super chatted $2. Down with AndyPants Gaming forever for the food fund.
Thank you. Thank you for the food fund. Thank you so much. My son will love this.
At Sam last name B6N super chatted $9.99. He's an anti-woke YouTuber?
Yes.
That S strike one.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm trying to get Animat a manga recommendation. Anything he might like? You think he like Berserk?
Berserk would be interesting. I would say get him to read. I think Animat should read. You might like actually quite a bit because he has a lot of taste in retro media. He might really dig Cyborg 009. I feel like he'd like a retro anime. Berserk is great. I love Berserk. I feel like anime might really love like a 60s or 70s anime, like Cyborg 009, the original Devilman might be pretty good. I feel like he'd also really dig Gundam. I feel like for some reason I feel like the original Mobile Suit Gundam might really be up his alley. I don't know why. Or Mazinger Z, however you say it. I know some people got my case about how I said Mazinger Z at one point. I'm like, oh, it's Mazinger Z, you know, whatever. Whatever, man. It's all the same. You know what I'm talking about. What show? Anyway, let's keep going. Korean films. Korean films. I love Korean films. Specifically Korean horror films. I've seen a lot more of. The Wailing is fantastic. I think it's one of my favorite South Korean films. Old Boy, of course, love Old Boy. But again, mostly most of my South Korean cinema experience is more like revenge films, a lot of horror films. The Host, another great one. Train to Busan. There we go. I had to think of another one. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Oh, A Tale of Two Sisters. Of course. Love that movie. Again, what was the one about the asylum, the haunted asylum in Korea that was really good? That was really effective. Is Ex Humana, is that Korean? I forget if that's Korean or if it's I think Ex Humana is Korean. I like that one quite a bit. That was really good. Is Ex Humana or Exhuma. Sorry, Exhuma. It is South Korean. Exhuma. That was really good. I liked Exhuma quite a bit. Went into that one blind. People just told me it was really good. Memories of a Murder. Yeah, that was a great one. I forgot about that movie. That was excellent. Yeah, no, that was really good too. There's a lot of good Korean films. I love Old Boy, of course. You got to watch Old Boy. The whole Vengeance trilogy is fantastic. I am a little more familiar with Japanese movies than Korean, but I do love what I've seen. I just haven't seen nearly enough. But I love what I see. Anyway, back to this.
A game with a manly, well-written main protagonist, Arthur Morgan. If you want to see the seismic shift away from masculine characters, honestly, all you need to do is play...
AndyPants, let me ask you a question here. What's masculine about Arthur Morgan? What about that character is so masculine in your eyes? Super chat coming in.
At @malvarado_EQ super chatted $2.68. Complaining about women ruining games just when we lost Rebecca Heineman,
Yes.
a legendary trans woman and game dev to cancer last week, is a choice.
Yes, exactly. I agree. So Rebecca Heineman, let me bring up some stuff that she's done, because I think everyone should know about this, because I'm going to make a mistake if I don't bring it up. I'm going to make a mistake with specifically what she's done. Yeah. So she was. I think she started as as a competitive gamer. I'm pretty sure. If memory serves correct. Memory serves correct. Going through her. So at first she started working. She first started with video game tournaments, specifically with Space Invaders. That was her first claim to fame. And I am just reading off of Wikipedia just to make sure I don't miss anything, because there's so much of this woman's life that's so fascinating. Started off with Space Invaders. Was working with Electron Games back in the day, e.g. Her first game, though, was Chuck Norris Super Kicks and Robin Hood. Bard's Tale, Thief of Fates, classic. Yeah. So, Shattered Steel, the Mac OS port of Half-Life that was canceled. Worked on ports for Baldur's Gate 2, Alien vs. Predator. And it's just a decades long history. Worked on Borrowed Time. Ultima, the first Ultima, Doom, the 3DO port.
At Sam last name B6N super chatted $1.99. Freddy vs. Jason vs. Devilman.
That would be fascinating.
A great film idea.
That'd be great. Also, yeah, there you go. So here's one thing too. Medal of Honor Pacific Assault. AndyPants, you can't get more masculine than Medal of Honor. That was the FPS game back in the PS2 era. More than Call of Duty, Medal of Honor was the bigger of the war FPS genre. That was the one that people really played. It kind of fell off after Call of Duty took over, but still. And that right there both Rising Sun and Pacific Assault, they were made by a woman. Mainly programmed by one. So I'm like, buddy, some of the most iconic games were made by women. Don't know what to tell you, man. So that's the problem right there. AndyPants is a very restrictive, very specific view of video games. Mind you, if he has no Medal of Honor, then I don't know to tell you. I think his knowledge of games often seems to stop and end with the PS3, Xbox 360 era, I feel like. I don't think he ever really talks about old games too much, but I digress. King's Quest. Yeah, King's Quest right there was mainly developed by women. Yeah, 100%.
Play a few games from 2006, and you'll see exactly.
Porting is not merely copying and pasting. You often have to reprogram games to match certain programming and all that. You know, it could be different systems entirely. Different systems have different hardware capabilities, especially back in the day. Now, a lot of the game consoles have similar power, but back in the day, they could be vastly different. 3DO especially.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Consider how many masculine military games came out in the 2000s.
Like Medal of Honor, which was made by a woman. What?
Medal of Honor.
There we
Call
go.
of Duty.
Hey, buddy, Medal of Honor, some of these games programmed by women. As we just saw just now. That's funny. So yeah, so this masculine manly game brought to you by women. As we just saw in real time. But he's going to insist to me by men.
Brothers in Arms, Gears of War, Operation Flashpoint, Rainbow Six, Ghost Recon, Splinter Cell. All of these games were starring men and had themes like brotherhood, duty, sacrifice, honor.
And as we saw, had many women on the development team, if not the main programmer. Also, these are all Army games. Notice he has not mentioned games like Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, which were hugely popular alongside these games. In fact, I'd say maybe more so. Doesn't mention The Sims, which I think was better selling than any of the Medal of Honor games individually. Doesn't mention Mario. Doesn't mention Legend of Zelda. The Wind Waker was definitely not a masculine game. Came out the same era. Doesn't mention Papyrus the Vapor. Doesn't mention Katamari Damacy. Doesn't mention even Devil May Cry or Bayonetta yet. Big omissions. But I mean, if all you played were FPS games, I guess then that seemed like the trend, didn't it? Yeah, what, Spec Ops The Line? Yeah, Spec Ops The Line's a great game. Deconstructs all these, Critic is in direct conversation with all the games showing on screen. Spec Ops, and it's funny, Spec Ops keeps coming up. It came up in the Kino Flex debate as well. Spec Ops is a great game. It is absolutely fantastic, Spec Ops. Very, very good.
Almost all of these franchises have either been killed off, turned into multiplayer games, or went woke.
Super chat coming up.
At Zypher 8677 super chatted $5. Yes, Medal of Honor, literally based on the most masculine movie, Saving Private Ryan, where dying men cry out for their mothers.
Yeah, Saving Private Ryan is incredible. I'll tell you a story about Saving Private Ryan. I don't tell the story too often. When I was younger, I was brought into a summer program. It was done by the American Legion. I was selected due to my aptitude in school. And during this program, it was one summer in high school. They brought us to a little movie theater screening room. And they were all these World War II, and at the time they were World War I veterans who were still alive, like in the 90s. World War I veterans, World War II veterans, who had stormed the beach of Normandy. They were in the front row, and we were like right behind them. And they played the opening sequence of Saving Private Ryan. So I was there with World War II veterans, looking at a recreation of their life in front of our eyes. And then they got up and they talked about their experiences in the war, whatever. And I'll never forget that, like, you're watching this deeply upsetting scene, deeply disturbing, very tragic. People are the veterans in the front row. They're crying because they're calling their experiences, the fear they felt, the horror of seeing their brothers in arms just drop dead next to them. And I remember after everyone was leaving, I was talking to someone, this one guy I met there, and he was like, "Wasn't that so cool?" I'm like, "Oh, well, what part was cool?" Like, I thought it was an incredibly moving experience, and he was like, "Wasn't it cool how we watched them shoot Nazis in this movie?" So that's when I realized some people just do not have any takeaway remotely like what you do. Like, you see something profoundly moving and sad, and they saw, look how badass this was. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm never going to see eye to eye with you on that one. Olivia Williams, thank you for 4 months to member. Military fetishism is such boring, limited choice. I agree. It's very boring and limited. And Medal of Honor died off because the games got worse. That's why it died off. It couldn't compete, you know? That's why it happened. And they were all owned by the same couple of companies. They decided to focus all their money on the one most successful one. That's what happened.
I often wonder why so few modern games appeal to me. And I think another big reason is this. Everything is just so gay now. Compare the games I just mentioned to the
Manly Men, Brothers in... So here we go. 2008, Manly Men. 2021, Everything Gay All the Time. Hey, you know, it would be really funny if someone just so happened to bring up an extremely gay game from that era. I mean, that'd be so silly, wouldn't it? If someone were to bring up a clip from a game right now where you would say it was probably, you know, let's just say a very emotional sequence. Come on, where are you? I'm trying to think of Kingdom Hearts. I'm bringing up Kingdom Hearts, basically.
At Bachaby super chatted $5. I love starting the stream and hearing making fun of men crying.
Yeah,
Way
right?
not to show toxic masculinity, chat XD.
Yeah, right? So
I looked every...
right here. 2006.
Come on, Sora. You've got to pull it together.
At Angels Art and Gaming
I
super
looked
chatted
everywhere for you.
$5. Speaking
Very
of metal, the main sprite artist for the arcade Metal Slug series, Tonko, is a woman. Mm-hmm. But shish, no one tell him that.
Yeah, no, don't tell me any of that. That'll spoil everything. But yeah, no. So like here we got. Tell me this is the straightest thing you've seen in the game ever. Same area he's talking about.
Riku. It's Riku. Riku's here. I looked for you.
The least gay era of video games. If Krim were on chat right now, he'd be like having some comments. Yeah, no, Kingdom Hearts is a great game, but you can't argue. But I would say that's gayer than half of the gay stuff in games now. I would say, bizarrely enough, even though that's not actually canonically anything. It's just two bros being very close. But out of context, if I clip that and put it in a video and say, "Oh, games are woke back then," it would look pretty gay, wouldn't it? Or if you're a shipper, you would be encouraged by that. That's the thing I find very funny too. All the subtext back in the day, it was like looked at by fans. So I guess.
At Scorpion104 super chatted $2. First thought of El Shaddai as a counter-argument.
There you go. Also, back in 2000, actually, there's another clip too I can bring up. Let me bring this thing else too. But it's not like games were, you know, overtly gay or anything like that. You know, there was never any actual overt mention of gayness in a video game, right? Never.
Vamp is a member of Dead
The
Cell.
Winner super chatted $5. All games are gay now. Good. Play Fire Emblem Path of Radiance and 3 Houses. Also, happy early birthday,
Thank you, Wave. Yeah, Fire Emblem right there. You want to play that one's especially. But no, right here. This was in 2003. The era at which, you know, AndyPants saying we have to go back to this era. Let's listen right here as to what this conversation says.
Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
All right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune...
Yeah, so again, I don't have to play the whole clip. Right there, that's the first mention of the word bisexual in a video game. Metal Gear Solid 2. That was 2003. You're probably going like, well, I mean, that's the American version. I'm sure the Japanese version... No, the Japanese version is the same thing. It's in both. I don't really get how Vamp and bisexual make sense. But again, in terms of why that was a natural, like... I'm guessing that makes more sense in Japanese. I don't know. But you can't say games were less gay in the 2000s when you had that as some of the biggest games, in your biggest games ever. I don't know. Now we have fewer games. I don't think they say the word bisexual in games now all that much. But it was back then, so there you go.
At Matt 5631 super chatted $3.58. Every mainstream popular game is gay? Sounds like the market made its decision then.
Yeah.
Gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay, gay it's gonna be.
What's that? What we do in the shadows quote? Love it. Love it. But yeah, no, so that's an example right there of a game from the PS2 era that had this all happen. But then again, he didn't really mention Metal Gear Solid or Kingdom Hearts, which I think are contenders for the biggest game franchises of that era. He wants to talk about Brothers in Arms Hell's Highway, a game that definitely was just like Call of Duty and Metal Gear Solid. I don't know. It just seems like a very restrictive view of games, I don't tell you.
At Curacinomatic super chatted $5 also. MGS2 brought us Naked Raiden for like a whole segment.
That's true.
And CRTCH grabbed Raiden.
I was going to say, yeah. Listen, there's... It's not like one of the greatest games of this era has a scene where someone grabs someone by the...
What are you doing here?
Yeah, you know where this is going.
I've been waiting for you in my room.
You know where this is going. You know where this is going.
Who are you? Don't play dumb with me. If you think you can fool me, you're sorely mistaken.
Listen, there is no game that comes out today where you're exposed as an imposter because the bad guy feels you up and can recognize the difference.
At Kate Castreviews 4639 super chatted $4.99. I know it was unintentional, but you cannot tell me unnecessary feelings in the first Ace Attorney isn't super gay.
Oh yeah.
Rightworth for life.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah. Oh god, no. Edgeworth and Ace are just and Phoenix Wright are just completely smitten with each other. And that's just the canon of the game. Oh yeah, it was getting hot in there. Sorry about that. Under the lights, sweaters. It's fine outside, but it gets hot in here. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that if you're saying that games just got this way, you have a very selective memory, my friend. To say nothing of all the women who were in that situation. That's just men. Women were way more commonly in those situations. Again, Sailor Moon, of course, people mentioning, but that's anime. It's not video games necessarily. You look at friggin' Bayonetta, you look at Lara Croft, there were teases in the games. You look at Final Fantasy, there were teases in those games. Persona, right there. Persona 4, which apparently I can't play clips of. My last stream, I played Persona music and got like copyright claims, so it got demonetized. Forgot the Super Chat money went through. That's fine, but not the ad revenue, whatever. But again, so his memory is extremely selective. So already I gotta say, I'm not sure he's the best arbiter of knowledge here. You know, I'm just putting it out there. Also, we forget the real big idea. Birdo from Mario technically is trans, so you got that going for you.
The modern trash we have to deal with in Overwatch and Apex. Almost every character in these new games is either gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, or something else.
Okay, let's test that. Overwatch, you said, right? Oh, super chat coming in.
At Olivia Williams 6204 super chatted $1.99. Mass Effect 1.
Yeah.
Remember Fox reaction?
Yep. Fox went crazy over Mass Effect, which is now regarded as one of the greatest games of all time. Okay, so chat, correct me if I'm wrong here. I haven't played Overwatch in a very long time. Like, I'm talking years of no Overwatch. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
At Stingertopia 3169 super chatted $100.
Thank you.
Anti-woke idiots love playing stuff like Metal Gear, Halo, Yakuza, or even Deltarune, Undertale, and will still be saying that other stuff is woke and not that. I can't tell you how much they won't admit they're at best blind and at worst hypocrites of the highest order.
Oh, 100%. I agree. They are deeply hypocrites. They don't actually pay attention to anything in the games they're talking about. They just have an idealized version of it that they happen to just, reflect and talk about. But thank you so much for that super chat. That is incredible. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Jeez. The Diaper Fund is very grateful for that. Oh my goodness. That's incredible. This is going to be a fun night. If that's how it's going, this is going to be a fun night. Again, chat, keep me honest here. I don't remember every character in Overwatch, but I'm pretty sure only a couple of them are gay. Ana, I don't think is gay. Is Ashe gay? I forget. I don't know who Baptiste is. I haven't played the game. Again, haven't played the game in a while. I played back in Overwatch 1. Overwatch 2 is all these different characters. Bastion's a robot, not gay. Brigitte, I always thought was kind of queer-coded, but not really. Jesse McCree, not gay. I know they changed it for reasons, but I don't think he's canonically gay. Diva, not gay. Doomfist, not gay. Echo, I'm unfamiliar with. Frey, I'm unfamiliar with. Genji, not gay. Hanzo, not gay. Oh, Bap is bi? Okay, so Baptiste is bi. Okay, that's fair. One of them. So far, just one. One is gay. Who's Cassie? Cassie is supposed to be Jesse McCree, if you haven't played in a while. Echo's a robot, so not gay. Hanzo, not gay, though a lot of people shipped. I guess Genji would be non-binary, I guess, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Hazard, I don't know. Well, they've had a lot of characters. Junker Queen, not gay. Junkrat, not gay, though I think he and Roadhog have I think that's a definitely should be a couple. Juno, not familiar with. Kiriko, not familiar with. Wow, there's a lot of characters who are added this I have not actually played. Lifeweaver, that looks gay, but I'm not sure about that. Lucio, not gay. They had a lot of characters. May, Lifeweaver's Pan. Lifeweaver's Pan. So that's 3 characters out of, let's see, 6 in a row. 6, 12, 18, 24. So 3 out of 24
At the Waverner
characters.
super chatted $5. Metal Gear is the Fight Club of video games.
Yes.
There are people who unironically think it's a pro-military, non-political, heterosexual series.
Those people are idiots. How can you play Metal Gear Solid and think it's pro-military or straight for that matter? May, my beloved, I think is straight. Mercy is straight. Moira, I think, should be queer. Orissa's a robot. Farah is definitely gay for Mercy, but not canonically. Reaper is definitely gay for Soldier 76, but not gay. Reinhardt is straight. Roadhog again should be gay for Junkrat. Is straight. Sigma, that's a lame name. Moira should be asexual or something. I don't know. Soldier 76 is bisexual. That's 4 characters. I think Symmetra's ace, so that's 5 I'll count. Sombra should be, Torbjorn, straight. Tracer is
At
lesbian.
Carissanomatic
6.
super chatted $5. TBH 2008 is only a few years after the biggest RPG having CD in basically early Act 1,
Yeah.
FF7. He can't tell us that's a hyper macho era.
100%. 100%. And yeah, again, okay, so I think 6 characters is canonically not straight or cis. Or they're robots, which I'm not counting because robots have no sex, they just have gender. Let's see, right here we have 2. So we're at 2 at the end. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42 plus. So 44 characters, 6 aren't straight. 6. Canonically. But AndyPants is saying all the characters in Overwatch are gay, but it's only 6 out of 44 over the course of a decade of storytelling. So, Zenyatta. I'm going to count Zenyatta as like just Zenyatta. Zenyatta is just, Zenyatta. But the point of the matter is, that's 6 characters. Not every character, it's 6. That's like it's like one row of characters out of all the different rows there. And they were like, what? 7, 8 rows? Yeah. Yeah, but less than 14%. So, anyway.
Like, what happened to a masculine dude with a hot chick on his arm?
Well, if you ever follow up the origin of... Did you play Duke Nukem Forever? Did you even play Duke Nukem Forever? Because I did. I played it on release because I was really excited for Duke Nukem Forever. I was one of those guys who really wanted to play Duke Nukem. I was making Duke Nukem jokes way too late into college. And then the game came out and everyone hated it because it sucked. That's the problem. Yeah, the game was manly, quote unquote, but the game sucked. That's why it failed. It wasn't well made. It just couldn't compete with the modern output. It was too dated. It was just too jerky and junky and schlocky. It wasn't good. And quite frankly, was it even like all that like retro? It was making fun of the stereotypes back in the day. It's making fun of the Commando type movies. And Commando was making fun of the other movies from back in the day. That's the thing people also... One thing too I think people won't forget... Back in the 80s, people made fun of the action films that we fetishize today. You ever go back and read the reviews of Predator that came out when Predator came out? People trashed it. People did not like the original Predator. It was treated as like a joke, basically, for a very long time.
At Zulius the Mad Hare super chatted $5, using OW2 and Apex Legends as examples of things becoming gay. Is going straight back to when quartering was popular. He's reaching so far back.
Yeah, now this video is a little older, I will say that. It's about a year old, but still. Okay, so July 2024. So really just over a year old. And a year and a couple months. So that really is going way back, honestly. I was making videos when this came out. But yeah, 2.8 million views, apparently. What we got here?
At Wing of Shoe super chatted $5. I am here to make a bad game and chew bubblegum, and I am all out of bubblegum.
Yeah, exactly. I love Duke Nukem. I have a soft spot for Duke Nukem that's like so bad. I think it's neat. I think it's neat. Is my chat not loading properly? Hang on. I think I'm having issues with YouTube on my end. It's all acting up on my end. Give me a second. That's weird. It started acting up on my end really quickly. That's strange. No, not added. Don't do that. What? That's weird. I guess the chat's not working on my end. It's so strange. Okay, so I'm going in blind right here outside of... That's odd. Okay, that's no big deal. I'll follow chat through this. Poison from Street Fighter. Yeah, Poison from Street Fighter is trans. That is also true. Classic game. Poison is trans. Also, Final Fight 2, I believe, had some characters. Was that also what Poison was? Has he been arrested for C-spam? We'll get to that. Anyway, back to this.
I love the idea of Xbox Game Pass, but I swear every time I open it up and look for new games, there's just so many games that look gay now. I refuse to play another cutesy 2D platform.
At Angels Art and Gaming super chatted $2. My uncle had the old PC Duke Nukem. It was so fun.
I love the old PC Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem's a classic. I love Duke Nukem. I think those games are fun. I really do enjoy them quite a bit. And, like, it's just funny to me because it's like these anti-woke types will think, oh, no, those SJWs hate out old classic games. Nah, I freaking love Duke Nukem. It's great. But it's also, like, just old. Yeah, wait, why is he looking at the gay section? Hang on a second. Is he looking at the gay section? Is that what he's doing?
What happened to a masculine dude with a hot chick on his arm? I love the idea of Xbox Game Pass, but I swear every time I...
you're choosing to look at it. You're going in to look at the section, dude. It's like, oh, hey, AndyPants, I've never seen that show up on Game Pass before. You have to be looking for it for their algorithm to send it to you. They market games to you that you'd like. Also, Fallout New Vegas and Rainbow Siege. Are you apparently saying that those are gay? They have gay stuff in them, and trans creators,
At
but
Lupine Calibrator super chatted $5. This feels like someone frustrated they don't get to play their favorite genre anymore and refusing to go out their box of interests to try stuff.
Hell, I don't even know if that's that big of a... if it's even that deep, because, like, he has Rainbow Siege on there. That's pretty... just what he's talking about. New Vegas, yeah, one of the best games ever.
At Unwritten Page 7791 super chatted $5. First time tuning into an ad stream live, and I'm playing BG3 while I do just to make games gayer.
Who are you romancing in Baldur's Gate 3 this time? I always go for Karlach and Shadowheart myself, but I'm biased because I think they're great. Anyway.
I open it up and look for new games. There's just so many games.
So you're looking for games. Also, Coffee Talk's a good game. But you're looking at games that are... Okay, so let's look at this. Sea of Solitude, that's a good game. No Man's Sky, that's really good.
At Stingertopia 3169 super chatted $5. This feels like a you control the buttons you click moment.
Exactly. Like Coffee Talk's a good game. It's also a visual novel. It's not really a action game. You're looking at Disney Dreamlight Valley. You're looking for games that are like slice of life and calm. Like that's a slice of life game. It's made for kids. Come on, man.
That look gay now.
Trains apparently are gay. Slime Rancher, a slime ranching game. Okay, Unpacking, Humble Bundle. There you go.
Refuse to play another cutesy 2D platformer.
Wait,
or a game.
Hang on a second there. I saw what you just skipped past. Valhelm? Valheim? You skipped past Valheim, which is everything you're describing. It is a like. You collect all the it's an action game with like Viking inspiration.
At Kippy Ace Artist super chatted $2. I am feel uncomfortable when we are not about me.
Yeah, but like even the games he's talking about, he's glossing over, they're right up his alley. I played Valheim a few times. It's like a crafting. It's a really fun game. I liked Valheim. That was good. Again, bulky, strong-looking men. Chopping down trees and building forts and going out to hunt monsters. That's everything you're looking for and more, dude. Right there, but you're scrolling past it. Hell, Sea of Solitude right there also. Great game.
At Carissanomatic super chatted $5. If he can't stand queer games, then he saw. Oh, is the start of LGBT hitting stride in social acceptance. Game releases will be byproduct equals 3.
A byproduct? I love it. That's funny.
Platformer
That's good. I like that one. That's funny.
or a game with a cute...
All right, The Gunk, a cutesy aesthetic. Let's see right here. Superliminal. That's a pretty good game. Manor Lords. A super cutesy aesthetic. A game that looks like it has medieval knights staring at castles. Cutesy aesthetic.
See art style by some indie developer anymore.
Indie developers like what do we got here?
I'm just
Starbound, so that's a classic. Right
done
there.
with these games. If you want my 100% real thoughts,
Team 17, Xbox Game Studios. Maybe you don't know who Team 17 is, but that's not exactly your. That's not okay. Whatever.
on this, I just think the entire.
Again, he's nitpicking a lot, and strange. Let's bring up. Actually, I don't want to bring up Game Pass. This is going to be a lot, but still, coming on. Superliminal, right there. Great.
Video game industry has gone.
Yeah, I know Team 17's Worms. I've played Worms. I grew up with Worms. I love Worms. That was when that got me through college a few times. It was great.
Woke and gay, and
but like, all you have here. Let's look right here. You have a couple of Pride Month posts, which. Every single person criticized for being like superficial and not very like meaningful. Okay. This is like surface level bullshit. Doesn't really mean anything.
Zero Badger super chatted $5. The gay is coming from inside the house.
Yeah, like I know people. I don't think you're more focused on this than the gays are. I'll tell you that right now. Anyway, just pointing out.
Almost nothing they are making appeals to me in any way anymore. So this.
Yeah, but that's not really them making anything. That's just, a logo, which is not a game. You got, what is it, a mobile game? Like, what even is this? I don't know. This is Grounded, a kid's game. Okay. So what? Oh, you have rainbow sprays on the guns that you can totally just choose not to use, by the way. It's totally selective. It's totally an elective decision. Oh, and Ubisoft, a Pride Month post. Halo, a Pride Month post. Okay. So what? What's the value in this?
Almost nothing they are making appeals to me in any way anymore. So this is why I mostly play 20-year-old games on my channel, because they were just better. I was recently reading an insider interview about what went down at Volition Studios with the disastrous Saints Row reboot from an inside source. This source said that the LGBTQ community within the company was actually pretty small, but they are the loudest and the most annoying.
Insider source, LGBT community was pretty small, but people were afraid to offend them. Promoted to key roles. Translation threatened. Where's the source for that? No source. Okay. Let's do his homework for us. Let's try finding the source for this. Saints Row reboot LGBT TQIA offense. Saints Row fans going to reboot to woke. Gaming magazine. I love that. Okay. Gaming magazine here has a discussion. Okay, so go away. Saints Row. Okay, here's the article I just found here from, again, Gaming magazine. Gaming, a little pun there. So it's going to be a little biased probably in favor of the LGBTQIA themes, but let's read it anyway. Saints Row creative director explains why the series values character customization and player expression. Okay, so here we go. So the importance of identity has always been present within video games, and as Volition's creative developer Brian Traficante tells us, it's been a factor that he has always carried weight in the Saints Row series. One of our pillars for Saints Row is self-expression. We offer numerous ways players get to choose how to represent themselves in the game. It's something that has become special for us, and throughout the franchise, we have had a lot of positivity about these features. Just like players, we love that our boss can be whatever we want, either exactly as I am or anything I can think of. It's the empowerment we want our games to provide players. So again, customization, player input, the ability to make your character anything you want them to be. That is the modus operandi. It's not about offense. It's about opening up the game to new options. Move this over here in case I need another clip for some reason. I'm sure I will. That's all. It has nothing to do with offending people. It has to do with offering gamers a chance to do whatever they want. It's that simple. It's not complicated, people.
And the company leadership chose to promote these people into key roles. And that's how you get the absolute dumpster fire of a game that was Saints Row 2022. I think.
What was a dumpster fire about it? He's not going to explain. I've seen this video before. He doesn't really explain what's wrong with this game. Just that it's bad. Now, is the Saints Row game good? Not really. I think it's a weaker attempt at a reboot. I think Matt McMuscles did a really good video on it, if I recall correctly. Let me double check that. I think Matt McMuscles did a good video on that. That went into the details as to why this game didn't work out too well. What happened? Yeah, so Matt McMuscles a few years ago has a really good video that goes into why Saints Row didn't work out. The what happened video. And it's not gays. It has more to do with project management and rush and crunch. So there you go.
I think what you have at a lot of these game studios is about 80% of the staff is probably just hetero dudes trying to do their job, but they're afraid of speaking up or saying what they actually think.
Yes, because the straight they're so afraid of offending people. Sure. Okay. Yeah, sure, buddy. I don't think AndyPants has ever worked in an office complex in his life. I just, that's ridiculous.
Think, and then you have the LGBTQ folks making decisions about what kind of game to make. And everything just ends up being safe and soft and sensitive because, oh, we can't hurt anybody's feelings.
Buddy, if they were inoffensive, why would you be so ass mad? It clearly is offensive because you're ass mad about it. That's what it is. If this was so inoffensive, you wouldn't be offended by it, would you? It's a walking contradiction. If it wasn't offensive, you wouldn't be so offended by it. Also, this is the same era that brought us some of the darkest, most disturbing games possible. Don't forget, recently, there was a conservative group, Collective Shout, that forced Steam to delist a bunch of games that were just too edgy for Steam, and itch.io. If these were so soft and offensive, why would they be causing so much offense? I'm just saying right now. Back in the 2000s, Mass Effect caused mass hysteria on Fox News because there was boobies in it. GTA San Andreas caused controversy because of the hot coffee section. This was a result directly of people being offended very easily. And what's wild is, after these games came out, more games copied them. There you go. This was in 2024, so Baldur's Gate 3 had come out. Baldur's Gate 3 was Game of the Year. It was a massive hit. And it was certainly not inoffensive. It was heavy, it was dark, it had a lot of disturbing stuff in it. It showed some deeply... The game opens with a worm crawling in Lae'zel's eye. You know? Like, come on. So again, I digress.
So, of course, you get these shitty dumpster fire video games that nobody wants to play. After reading a lot of insider interviews at these developers, this is my sense of what has been happening.
AndyPants, a source, citation. Provide a citation. Where are these interviews you're reading? Provide them for us so I can read them too.
At Carissanomatic super chatted $10. If hypothetic he's right, LGBT takes over gaming, games still have to be about stuff. Impossibly worst case, best way to keep games from being gay and woke is to let them go full swing into gay and woke.
Yeah, it's wild, right? Companies make games to sell them. It's almost as if you think they're being made to be quote-unquote gay and woke, it's because companies want to exploit the quote-unquote gay and woke audience for profit. That's what it is, you know? A great example of this is Ghosts of Yokai, which they complained about for years at this point. Oh, sorry.
At Angels Art and Gaming super chatted $5. Hot coffee. You mean the minigame that was not even in the main game and you had to hack the game to access it?
Yep.
Loved that controversy. Plus it's M.
Yeah, exactly. It's rated M, but it was AO at a certain point.
At King_Roll super chatted $4.90. What sucks is that Saints Row reboot has genuine flaws, but the critiques are tainted by such losers like AndyPants. Made a CSAM AI game. Gaming.
We'll get to the CSAM AI game in a second. Don't worry. We'll get there. There's a lot to cover with AndyPants. He's a mess. So yeah, just ridiculous. Anywho... Stuck at 240. I'm so sorry. Is everyone stuck at 240? Is that like is everyone unable to get to the right settings here? It's auto for me at 720, so I'm not sure. Anyway, point is, he has to cite a source at some point. Oh, what was I talking about? I was talking about I was on something there. Oh, Ghost of Yokai. That's right. The Ghost of Yokai, they spend so much time hating on. They're like talking about how it's not going to sell. Ghost of Yokai sold 3 million copies in a month. Stellar Blade, the game they kept trying to push is like the new level of gaming, sold 3 million in 2 years, roughly. So, across 2 consoles, you know. Ghost of Yokai, that same amount in a month. Oh, not Yokai. Yotei. Sorry, Ghost of Yokai. Sorry, Names are always something that eludes me. I have not played Ghost of Yotei yet. I should say that right now. I haven't played it yet. So, everyone loves it. But, like, when that came out, I was gaming with my kids. So I didn't have time to play it. I'm playing cozy games and Final Fantasy Tactics recently. Yotei, sorry. Hey, what's up, Tyler? I wonder if Chad is spamming Yotei. Yeah, right? Ghosts of Yotei, yeah. Ghosts of Yokai sounds great, too, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, they released the new Final Fantasy Tactics. Well, the remake of it, I should say, on Steam. I'm playing that a little bit. Yeah, no. But still, Yotei, great game from what I hear. Haven't played it. Couldn't tell you what it's about, but heard it's great. Game sold massively. And that was the game they said was woke propaganda, was a disaster. Even now they're saying, oh, it flopped horribly, even though, it sold much more than Crip, what's his name? The game that was they're pushing. I just said it before. Stellar Blade, yeah. Sold more than Stellar Blade. There we go. Anyway, back to this.
I also feel like there's this kind of unholy alliance right now between games journalists, white liberal women at game studios, and
so we're pulling back Gamergate and talking points right now. This is what Gamergate was talking about back in 2014. Come on. Like, listen, game journalism has a lot of problems. I'm the first to admit that because I've worked in game journalism very briefly, and I didn't like it. Didn't enjoy the process. That's why I'm working on videos on YouTube, because I only answer to myself. But, game journalism has a lot of problems. There's a lot of issues with game journalism. But, and again, targeting specific people, that's what AndyPants does. He looks at certain people and targets them in the industry. Problem is, people don't take them too seriously anymore. Anyone who criticizes them gets an attack on them. And it's like, who cares at a certain point? Oh, yeah, Baichi.
At Baichabi super chatted $10. I will say, despite it being derided for gooning only, Stellar Blade is actually a decently made game.
That's what I've heard.
Yotei is amazing. Things can be niche and hidden gems. Sales doesn't truly equal quality XD.
I agree with that. It's important to note that sales does not a factor of quality or reflection thereof. It's the metric that they use to talk about it. They talk about things in terms of them flopping all the time. Well, when you say everything you don't like will flop, and then it doesn't flop, that's the point. That's the discussion you started, Not you as in you, Baichi. Obviously, you didn't start it, but I think these guys. They started the discussion by saying, oh, it's going to flop, it's going to do bad. And then, hey, listen, it didn't flop. It didn't do bad. It did pretty good, actually. And now we have to talk about it in that context. That's just how it is now, And Celebrate, it sucks because the game is, from what I understand, pretty decent. But, the problem is, it's become a culture war weapon, and now we just have to talk now we have to talk about it as though it's this big culture war topic and nothing else, And
the LGBTQ community at game studios. And they all seem to be united around one thing. They actually hate gamers. And who are gamers?
Companies hate making money. They hate that so much.
At King_Rollet super chatted $4.90. I hate that these nut jobs just pulls images of real people.
Yeah.
I'm glad you picked up on it cause even his critics rarely mention it. Hate him so much.
Yeah, it's really fucked up actually. Because he'll because here's the thing. I have a platform, comparable to AndyPants's. We both have roughly the same amount of audience backing us up. He got picked up by the algorithm, but his consistent audience is very consistent. If he comes after me, it's about the same level, in terms of my audience and his, size-wise. Yeah, it's like 2-to-1, but who cares? Online, no one ever engages fully with these fights. These guys have no platform. They are developers who work at a collective studio. They work with a team. And he's picking them apart one by one, and who's going to defend them?
At Lupine Calibrator super chatted $2. Woman pro tags don't sell. Silksong broke stores.
Yeah, exactly. Hell, Lara Croft. Forget Bayonetta, right there. There you go. Final Fantasy even, I just want to highlight West Side Tyler's comment right here. AndyPants is that Japanese soldier who thought World War II was still going on, but they found him in the adults-only section of an EV Games in an abandoned mall. That's funny. I love that. That's good. Yeah, he is. That's what he is, basically. Yeah, no, it just sucks. It's really lame. Anyway, back to this.
Gamers overwhelmingly, well, heterosexual dudes like us, of course.
Gamers overwhelmingly are heterosexual dudes. Let's look that up. Let's look at the gender divide between... Let's not look up sexuality, because sexuality, I can assume, is kind of roughly the same across the board. Let's look at gender divides, right? Gender divide of gamers. And ignore the fact we just talked about the recently... about competitive gamers back in the day. Okay, so here's the Statistia right here. All right. Accept all, that's fine. So right here we got distribution of video gamers in the United States in 2006 to 2025 by gender. Now this is method of interview online survey. So it's using the internet to prove this, again, over the course of several years. 2006, male 62%, women 38%. That's not really overwhelmingly one to the other. It's closer to like the halfway point. 2025, male 52%, female 47%. So as the market became more of an equilibrium, games started appealing more to both genders, both male and female. Non-binary isn't counted in this discussion. But however, that being said, starting in 2023, 1% said other.
Bachaby super chatted $5. I play girl characters in games cause I'm trans.
Exactly.
Cis men play girl characters cause they want to look at pretty things. We are not the same.
Exactly. But you both buy the same game at the end. The studio sees it the same. If you both buy the game, then there you go. The studio's like, oh, we got money. That's what they care about. That's all they care about. Again, half and half in 2025. It went from 62-38 in 2006 to 52-47 in 2025. The game market of female gamers has expanded. So it's not predominantly male, it's half and half. And so to adjust, game devs took that and worked with it. So it's not exclusively men. It's not a men's club. It's a mix of everyone. It's the world population at this point.
This recent Reddit thread was written by an actual game developer and made me realize this. It reads, headline,
Am I allowed to say this? I kind of hate gamers. I'm a professional game designer, and I'm worried that I'm starting to hate gamers. Watching the gaming events on YouTube last month with the chat on was extremely disheartening experience. Every time a character that wasn't a cis-het white man appeared on screen, the chats would fill with messages calling the game woke or complaining about DEI. Every game that wasn't a shooter or a hyper-casual competitive online game garnered zzz and boring comments. I've seen people implying that the MC in Fable trailers is ugly because it's a self-insert.
Hang on, why did you skip past the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake comment there, buddy? You missed past... This is the second... You skipped Metal Gear Solid a lot, actually. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Okay, so apparently AndyPants Gaming is saying that this one guy on Reddit, who may or may not be real, by the way, is reflective of every game developer ever. One guy's rant post on Reddit, which may not be real, it could be a copy pasta for all I know, is reflective of every game developer ever. This would be like if I went on to an Italian subreddit and went, wow, this one Italian guy hates meatballs. All Italians are faking when they say they like meatballs.
At Carissanomatic super chatted $5. He's afraid of women in games softening them. I'm still twice as masked as this cry-hard man-baby rocking a fluffy dress and makeup.
Hell yeah, you are. Yeah, there we go. Again, that's the problem. And he has to put up this picture right here to demasculinize his adversaries, essentially. To emasculate. Sorry, emasculate. My mistake there. So because one jackass on Reddit made a comment, this means all game developers hate men, apparently.
of some random level designer working at Playground whom they deemed not fuckable enough.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. It's just...
Here you go, super chat coming in.
At Emerelliot 2168 super chatted $10. Cyberboy made a video on Andy, and there's a clip in the vid of Andy crying in church about being a loser online.
I gotta look that up. That's funny. I've never cried about my online status whatsoever. So I already beat him out in terms of the manly competition. And if I'm beating you out in a manly competition, that's concerning. Okay. There you go.
Just the internet magnifying negative voices, I guess, doing what it does best. But it's making me real tired of gamers.
So at this point, it seems that games journalists and all of the liberal LGBT mafia that work at game studios...
The LGBT mafia. Oh, I see what it says 2 million views. This is hilarious. Yes, it's the gays. They they have you by the balls. Jesus Christ. LGBT mafia. That's like the Jap. That's almost as funny as back when during the Vic Mignogna trial, you had people saying, "Oh, the anime dub Yakuza are gonna come out and attack you." I'm like, come on, dude, really? The Japanese, it was the Yakuza. The Japanese Yakuza is gonna go fight for anime, an English anime voice actor who got fired for sexual harassment. Jesus, it's amazing how they tie themselves in the knots to make their enemies look so insidious. Meanwhile, it's a company. The company makes material to make money. And they will take the image like a skin suit and wear it to get you to trust them so that you can buy their product.
At King_Rollet super chatted $4.90. Is it okay in a possible future stream if you check out Captain Astronaut's Why No Back People in Video Games? Cause it's a really interesting vid.
No, I'll take a look. It might be fun. I find a good topic for it, though, of course.
At Zypher 8677 super chatted $2. I now demand a gay Goodfellas remake.
Wouldn't that be hilarious? That'd be so funny. Dude, have you seen all the Yakuza... Yeah, well, there's a lot of Yakuza BL. I mean, hell, there was... Gozu? Was that the one that Takashi Miike did? Back in... the 90s? Yeah, was it Gozu? It was like his take on like Twin Peaks, basically, but with the Yakuza.
At Occult Ryko super chatted $1.99.
Oh, I guess you messaged and sent Occult Ryko. Sorry about that. No, well, there was... hey, Mars Girl's doing captions on the anime, of course, yeah. Mars Girl I'm going to do a thing with soon, actually. That's the plan. It'd be fun. But what was I going to say? Gozu. Gozu has a scene where a male Yakuza member becomes a woman and then gives birth
to
himself.
At Angels Art and Gaming super
Weird
chatted
stuff.
$5. Yay, say. We're the LGBT mafia, say. We're gonna take over this turf from turfs, say. I dunno how to do that mafia stereotype voice in text.
Yeah, say. I can't either. I can't blame you. Hey, it worked out pretty well. I knew what you were doing. I knew what you were doing. That's what matters. But yeah, no. So this is really stupid, and he's clearly deeply insecure in his sexuality. Like this is like deep insecurity in his sexuality.
Videos actually hate their audience, and this is a comment I keep reading.
At Wing of Shoe super chatted $5.
Thank you.
The Yakuza have the power of God and anime on their side. You are to fear and respect them and leave Vic alone.
Yeah, that's basically what every comment was back in the day. It was so funny. It was so funny, man. Anyway, back to this.
Reading from you guys again and again. I swear they literally hate us. They seem to be dead set on giving their audience exactly what we don't want. How long is your business going to be open if you're dead set on not giving the customer what they want?
The games sell, though. Here's the problem with the gaming industry. They spend too much money on projects that take too long to make, and development becomes this unsustainable matter of money output. Games get canceled all the time. Game studios get folded into another. They get assimilated. EA buys everything. Now EA is bought by Saudi Arabia. You know, it's like these games are just unsustainable at their current output. That's the problem. But I'm sure AndyPants is happy about EA being bought out by Saudi Arabia because they don't like gay people. So I'm sure that he loves that. Even though, you know, they're now owned by the people who made 9/11. So, you know, I digress.
This is why when skanks like Alyssa Mercante are crying about Kotaku shutting down and losing their jobs, and game studios are going under because they were associated with Sweet Baby Inc.
Game studios... Hang on. What game studio was that? Was that...
Alyssa Mercante are crying about Kotaku shutting down and losing their jobs, and game studios...
German video game developer shuts down after hiring Sweet Baby Inc. German game developer swat... Which one? Which German video game developer? Listen, here's the problem. Targeting individual women who have very small of a platform because they insulted you, made your pee-pee feel small. That's a real masculine thing to do. That's a manly thing to do, right? Ganging up on a woman because she wrote a couple articles you didn't like. That's masculine, right? And also, Sweet Baby Inc. Here's the thing about Sweet Baby Inc. Sweet Baby Inc. is a consultation company. Consultation companies are hired by a company to do a job. Nothing Sweet Baby Inc. ever did was not requested for them to do by the company. They were all bought and paid money to do a job that they did and completed on the company's behalf. Nothing Sweet Baby Inc. did was binding. They were consultation. They said, here's what we recommend you do. And the company could choose to do it or not. No one's beheld to them.
Bachaby super chatted $5. You aren't giving gamers what they want. Games still being made. Surprised
I know, right?
Pikachu face. Also, 3 RPGs are Game of the Decade runners.
Yeah.
This man dumb.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
@King_Rollet super chatted $4.90. Yeah, I remember AndyPants calling out so many creators for giving legit industry criticism instead of woke, which is how he got cooked by Actman.
Actman humiliated this man so badly. I wish I could do that with someone. Kind of.
Olivia Williams 6204 super chatted $1.43. There's no bigger snowflakes than those grifters.
100%. 100%. These are guys who are so insecure that a woman writing an article offends them that much. Like, come on, man. Like, you have to be so happy at someone losing their jobs. Like, dude, you know, it's ridiculous. Also, games companies get shut down all the time, regardless of if they put out good stuff. Monolith Game... Was it Monolith? Was that the one that got shut down by EA? I feel like they're all... Was it Monolith? No, it was Monolith. Yeah, so Monolith Games, yeah. They were bought up by Warner Brothers, and as they were working on, I believe it was the Wonder Woman game, it got shut down. You know, which is stupid. One of those iconic game studios all time. Makes Fear, you know? Shut down in a heartbeat.
Are going under because they were associated with Sweet Baby Inc.
I have no idea what this game developer is either. So, I mean, it's like, okay, this one thing mattered to you, I guess. But no one else.
Just laugh. Let them burn. Let all these companies burn who don't know how to give the audience. The wonderful irony in all this.
They cut something out there. You know, AndyPants, I think you're right. I think you're right about something there. We should penalize people who don't give what their audience wants. So, what is the question about someone who makes a game that's made of AI with CSAM in it?
@Bachaby super chatted $2. You did it to Shad twice. We made ball announcement.
Exactly. It's very simple.
@The Waverunner super chatted $10. I'm cute how? I mean cute like I'm a twink. I'm attractive to you. Gay Goodfellas.
This Gay Goodfellas remake is fascinating. I'm sure none of the original actors would be offended at all by, well, except for Ray Liotta, of course, R.I.P., but still. Yeah, no, again.
Is that it's the very games that the woke cancel mob has tried to cancel that seem to do the best. Remember?
Did it really do the best? I mean, again, yeah, Hogwarts Legacy sold a lot of copies, but like, is anyone playing it? Also, here's a question too. Sold over 24 million units over the course of a year. Since last year. There you go.
Olivia Williams 6204 super chatted $3.58. EA closed so many great studio, Westwood, Visceral, Origin,
Yeah.
Bullfrog, Pandemic.
So freaking many. So freaking many. EA
For
keeps it all the
Hogwarts
time.
Legacy, yeah, men who dress in women's clothes tried to get it canceled. Instead, the game sold 25 million copies. Oops.
Best-selling game of 2023. Let's double check that for a second. Let's take a look at that. Oh, that's interesting here. Isn't that neat? Well, let's take a look real quick at the statistics here. 20 best-selling games of 2023, according to GameSpot, I'm sorry. I don't think it's as big a margin as you think it might be, buddy. Okay, so I think it's up there, certainly. It might be 1 or 2. Let's find out the exact number. Hogwarts Legacy did sell 22 million copies. That is true. However, we don't know how many were in the US. So that's one factor right there. Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3, also very close. Also Madden NFL 2024. Again, these are all the pretty mainstream games. And of course, Spider-Man 2 was...
At Bachaby super chatted $5. I say this as a trans person. I like Hogwarts Legacy, and it got snubbed at the awards. It deserved to die of BG3's sword like everything else.
That's fair. It did deserve to get cut down by Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 was the best game of 2023. I'm sorry. If you think Hogwarts Legacy was a better game than Baldur's Gate 3, I got another thing coming to you. Here's the problem with Hogwarts Legacy, all right? I said in a much older video, the game is dull. It's not... The worst thing about the game is not that it's offensive. It's not that it's associated with J.K. Rowling. Which it is a problem, I will say that. The problem is the game sucks. It's just not a good game. It's very
King
bland.
_
Whatever,
Roulette
you know?
super chatted $4.90. Jim Sterling called EA Unicronic Arts due to their habit of shutting studios.
Yep.
Named after Unicron from Transformers. She
is onto something there, you know. Sterling's onto something there. It does devour everything. It consumes everything that comes its way, you know. It's all consuming. And again, Hogwarts Legacy, the thing with that game is it's just a mid game. Like, it's just not that good. So here's the thing too that's interesting. It sold 22 million units last year when it came out in 2023, right? And 2 million in 2024. Substantial drop off, right? Just 2 million copies across the whole year afterwards. That means the game didn't have a lot of lasting power.
Remember Elden Ring? Remember how the woke mob tried to accuse FromSoft games of having, quote, problematic depictions of women?
No, I don't recall that, actually. Again, the escape... Hang on. Buddy. Because one guy made a thread on the escapist forums. This is your perspective of a mass movement to cancel a video game. Because one jackass wrote a review online. That's the whole woke mob attacking Elden Ring. One of the most widely loved games of the last decade. On the general forums user review section. One guy. That's your source for the collective action of gamers against Elden Ring. Get the fuck out of here, man.
At Bachaby super chatted $2. Elden Ring, BG3 or E33?
Ooh.
Which will win the decad?
Ah, man. Elden Ring is something you play for longer, I think. I think Elden Ring is probably, of all three, the one that might win. But they're all really good, man. They're all really fantastic. Girl, those are fantastic games.
Oops. Sold 25 million copies.
Yeah. Everyone loves Elden Ring. What are you talking about, man? Because one jackass didn't like it. That's like... Also, buddy, what's your perspective on Deltarune? Talking about Deltarune at all? It seems like a big omission here, you know? Just pointing it out there.
At this point, making an offensive game seems to guarantee that game's success. We could talk about Stellar Blade, pissing off all of the liberal progressives, and yet... Stellar
Blade was outsold by Ghosts of Yotei within a month of it releasing. 2 years of Celeblade versus 1 month of Ghost of Yotei. Despite the fact you spent 2 years complaining about Ghost of Yotei, calling it woke propaganda. So, if you really want to talk about this, buddy, if you really want to engage in a game of sales, you also got to admit when you fail. And Baldur's Gate 3 also sold quite well. How well did Baldur's Gate 3 sell? Let's find out. Baldur's Gate 3 sales. How many copies sold? So, Hogwarts Legacy, you said, sold, 24 million? Well, Baldur's Gate 3 sold 15 million. That's a lot more niche, less mainstream property.
At King_Rollet super chatted $1.98. You notice they never mention indies, by the way?
Never mentioned, well, they only mention indies to crap on them, yeah. So Baldur's Gate 3 sells 15 million copies, roughly. And it's a much less recognizable IP. Harry Potter's one of the biggest IP in the world. You know, even regardless of controversy, it's a big name. Everyone knows who it is. Baldur's Gate 3, more limited. Not as international as Hogwarts, as Harry Potter. 15 million. Hey, you know what else outsells? Stellar Blade. And you know who's complaining about Baldur's Gate 3 when it's coming out? Your side. The anti-woke people were complaining about Baldur's Gate 3, calling it gay and all that. And then it came out and was great. And you couldn't grift about it anymore, because everyone just generally liked it. The problem with people like AndyPants Gaming is that they hate it until they can't hate it anymore. And they stop talking about it every time.
Yet everybody went out and bought it.
Nah.
Okay, so in the rest of this video, I want to give you 4 examples of a game or game series going from masculine to feminine or gay, and it basically either killed or ruined the franchise. Number 1, Ubisoft and Red Storm Entertainment. So Red Storm Entertainment was a video game company founded by the legendary Tom Clancy to make Tom Clancy video games. He sold the company to Ubisoft in the year 2000, and Ubisoft in the 2000s actually had some balls and made some of the manliest games you've ever seen. There were the Splinter Cell games, the Ghost Recon games, the Rainbow Six games, and the Far Cry games. All of these games pretty much feature exclusively men, and these IPs in the 2000s had so much testosterone, just a single glance from a woman in their direction would get her pregnant. I mean, motherfucking...
They're okay. I mean, listen, a lot of these games were not universally acclaimed back in the day. They're seen as classics now because we all grew up with them. But not all these games are universal classics. A lot of Splinter Cell games were not all loved when they came out. That's the problem with a lot of this. It's like, yeah, some of these games were good. Some. But, like, they weren't all hits. They weren't all good. Some were really good, but not all Tom Clancy games were good. And a lot of them sold because the name Tom Clancy was on it. What are you going to do? I don't know what to tell you.
Sam Fisher, come on. The dude is the ultimate Giga Chad. Scott...
Sam Fisher isn't even like... I wouldn't even put Sam Fisher in the top 10, top 20, top 50 video game protagonists. Like, he's just kind of... I hate to say it, but I always thought that Sam Fisher was kind of boring. He's kind of mid, actually. Compare him to, like, Dante from Devil May Cry. Compare him to Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid. He doesn't compare. He's just a stealth guy, you know? Whatever. Metal Gear Solid was always the more popular... let me rephrase that. Splinter Cell was the more mainstream stealth game, but Metal Gear Solid is the one that people remember, you know?
Mitchell and Ghost Recon. Now, you pick your own character in Far Cry 2, but it's definitely a manly game that will put hair on your chest. So
really?
What is Red Storm Entertainment up to today? Well, I recently saw that Tom Clancy's The Division Heartland is being led by a man...
Jesus.
At Occult Ryko super chatted $1.99. Sam Fisher is goated, but not Solid Snake goated.
Like, I think Sam Fisher's all right. Like, the Splinter Cell games are all right. I was never a huge Splinter Cell fan, though.
At Pack-MD5WP super chatted $5. The best Sam Fisher depiction was the one in Captain Laserhawk Ill Die on That Hill.
Hey, fair. Okay, so now AndyPants being transphobic.
Who dresses in women's clothes in his free time. Now look, I don't give a shit if you want to identify as a dragon and go around laying magic eggs, but can we...
You deeply care what people do, buddy. Like you deeply do. Your masculinity is entirely dependent on what other people are doing. You know? It's like you're so insecure you have to put other people constantly. Like, you talk so much about what other people are doing. You care deeply. You are ass mad about other people. You only care about what other people do. And again, this is like the 4th or 5th joke about, oh, it's a man in a dress that he's had so far in this video. And we've only gotten 7 minutes in. 5 times. The guy is obsessed with this topic.
We agree that the least masculine thing on earth you can do is dress in women's clothes. Tom Clancy would be rolling.
It's almost as if they're not men. I know. Shocking.
Over in his grave right now if he...
A person who tells you they're a woman, they're a woman, is in fact a woman. Wild.
The absolute disaster that Red Storm Entertainment had become. Number 2, Wolfenstein.
Wait, that's it? That's it. That's your only reason. A trans woman is making a game, therefore the whole game is a failure. So because one person involved with the game is a woman, you're saying, oh, it's the worst thing ever. You're not even going to play the game? You're not going to talk about what the game has in it? You're not going to talk about what's in the game? Really? You're not going to say, oh, well, the division was like this versus how it is back in the day. You're just going to stop at who made it. You're just going to stop at who made it. And that's your whole thing. You know, I almost think AndyPants Gaming doesn't in fact play the games he complains about. Because if he played the games he complained about, maybe he'd be able to give an insightful perspective as to why the game doesn't work. Also, Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein 3D is a game that started with you killing Mecha Hitler. The game's about killing Nazis from start to finish. Let's see how you choose to discuss it now.
Fine. So I was recently playing Wolfenstein The New Order for the first time, which came out in 2014. And I have to say, of all the games I was sure were going to avoid woke Western progressivism, this game was pretty high up there. The first 3 entries of the reboot were all fantastic. They had the badass BJ Blazkowicz, an absolute unit, as the main character, ripping apart entire armies of Nazis with the sexy and smart Anya as his arm candy and wife. Machine Game's first 3 Wolfenstein entries, which came out in 2014, 2015, and 2017, are all great. They have normal men and women doing normal shit in them. Awesome. But of course, the woke mob had to get involved somehow. So you have a beloved series with a beloved, tough, male, manly main character. Do you suppose it's a good idea to kill off that guy and replace him with cringy girl boss characters?
Come on, man.
At Kill Mickey Mouse super chatted $5.
I love your name, by the way,
Him
dude.
talking this much shit with that amount of bratty bottom energy is a choice.
I know, right? He screams bottom energy. He cares so much what other people want to talk about him. It's such a bottom energy. Anyway, but yeah, no. So a male lead gets killed off, and you can play as a woman. Okay. Is the game still good? Also, he didn't die, you know? So he just left. He just stopped. Like, dude, hang on a second. Yeah. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Did you even play this fucking game? Hang on. Wait a second. Hang on. Hang on a second. Did you even... I don't... Listen. It's been a while since I played Wolfenstein, any Wolfenstein. It's been years since I played, probably since 2019. So I'm a little hazy on the details. He's not dead in that game, though, right? Like, he's just as a time skip. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Yeah, he's alive in the game.
At VeryMelonman12 super chatted $5. Grifters wanted the left to hate Stellar Blade. But the
Yeah.
left doesn't hate games with women like Eve like they think we do, so their grift flopped.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care. Soul Blade's fun. I'll say it right now.
At Hans Gunk super chatted $10. Maybe it's just me, but back in the late early 10s, me and my close friends thought military shooters were oversaturated and bland with the exception of TF2.
Yeah, basically. TF2's great.
At
TF2.
Zypher
And Fear's good, too.
8677 super chatted $5. Youngblood is a spin-off because Machine Games was moving on to Indiana Jones and they needed something Wolfenstein out to keep the IP going until 3.
Exactly. So yeah, I don't think he's even played the game he's complaining about. That's wild. He's complaining about something he's never even played.
Do you suppose it's a good idea to kill off that guy and replace him with cringy girl boss characters? Wolfenstein Youngblood came out in 2019, and it's an absolute tone-deaf disaster. So many modern video games, I find myself asking, who wanted this? Who asked for this?
Why would you want to watch women? Oh, God.
I often ask the same thing of the new Star Wars shows by Kathleen Kennedy as well. The Wolfenstein reboot had the perfect synergy of story and gameplay. You are BJ Blazkowicz, unleashing his rage on the Nazis for killing everyone he loved. You see this come across in his brutal assassinations, like sticking a rust...
Oh, thank you, Backseat Dinosaurs with 6 months. AndyPants' backlog is so big, he's 10 years behind. Yeah, exactly.
pipe through the eye socket of an SS Waffen commander.
At Sam last name B6N super chatted $4.99. Cast choice for AM in a movie version of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Robert Englund. What do you think?
That's a good option. I like that. That's good. I like that one. That's cool. Listen, guys, I'm gonna just take a quick run to the lavatory. So right now, I'm gonna distract you temporarily with some gameplay footage here. Give me a sec. Gonna just distract you real quick with something. Just real quick, I'm gonna just put something on for you while I'm gone, so you have something to look at.
In video games, obviously, but it's not like a direction that I base my entire identity and channel around. Anti-LGBTQ
while I'm running to
grift.
the lavatory.
Sure,
real
if
quick,
that's if that's what you want to call it. Have you?
That's what it is, man.
Let's run for a
Can
second.
you
Right
admit
back.
that you've moved on from making based videos to making play both sides puss videos? Dude, seriously.
See, you're not being fucking serious with
Dude,
this,
I'm
bro.
serious.
You
You
keep
have
laughing
splinters.
because
You
you
have
you know
splinters.
what you're saying is so ridiculous.
Dude, you have
Like
splinters
that's why
in
you're
your-
laughing.
Dude, you have no. I'm chuckling because
Okay.
it's funny.
I
but
play both sides.
You have splinters in your ass from sitting on the fence so much, dude. You have splinters
Dude.
in your ass from sitting on the fence so much.
All you're doing is just taking comments from your comment section
No,
and
dude,
just
it's
throwing them
true.
at me. You're not you're not giving me like your honest actual opinions. You keep saying like,
That is no. That is 100%. That is 100% my.
well, the
opinion.
audience is saying this. The audience is saying, I'm not saying it. I'm just asking questions. Fence sitting. So
Yeah.
how do I sit on the fence?
By
Point.
I mean, I get it. It helps you make money as a YouTuber.
No,
but
no.
you're
I'm not asking. I'm asking for examples of when I've sat on the fence
dude.
and when I've played both sides. When do I do that?
Okay, look, I get it. I just watched a political video you made a couple weeks ago, and you talked about how I don't get into politics because I think politics are toxic, and I just want to talk about games, and that's fine. And that as given your type of content, that makes sense because it helps you play both sides and it helps you make as much money as possible to not talk about politics, and it's smart.
Politics in the real world. Okay, I'm not going to make a video about gun control. You know what I mean? I'm here to talk about politics in media, in storytelling. That I'm fine with. I'm not going to tell you how the fucking country should be run. Okay, I make video game videos. So what do you mean sitting on the fence when I say, okay, I'm not going to turn into like a political channel that talks about free speech and Second Amendment shit? Like I do that shit on my Twitter. But that's separate from the YouTube channels. Like, I say dumb shit on Twitter all the time. But so this isn't really an example of me sitting on the fence when it's pretty clear cut, like what the intention is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Maybe reiterate it for me one more time.
Okay, you spaced out. See, it happens. So the video on my second channel about everything is fine in America. I thought that was a good title.
Yeah.
The point of that video is essentially like, hey, it's a really toxic time in America. There's a lot of
sorry about that.
heat
Had to give you
in
something to
the
distract you
rhetoric
all
and
while
discussion going on, and I don't want to
I'm
divide
back.
my audience.
Sorry, had to distract you for something for a second there. Had to run to the lavatory. See how the sun was doing. Anyway, so back to this. As you can tell, AndyPants not the most articulate person in the world when up to an opponent, but I digress. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, Axeman's more of a moderate, a little more centered than I am, I'll say.
Setup to Wolfenstein Youngblood is incredibly cringe. In it, you play as BJ's daughters, and they're honestly nothing like him. The first time you kill somebody, they don't really want to do it, and when they finally kill the guy, they have to have lattes and talk about it afterwards. Youngblood is a perfect example of how a cut...
So basically, characters have emotional depth, therefore not masculine. So I guess the opposite of masculine is human? That's certainly a perspective there, buddy. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but whatever. It's their perspective.
Scene can go so wrong in a game. BJ's setup is perfect and explains to you why you're doing the actions you're doing. BJ's daughters, however, are acting like they're in an episode of Big Bang Theory the whole time.
Hang on. So wait, but you haven't really showed an example yet. You said, oh, they go get lattes and talk about it after they kill someone. And that's Big Bang Theory? Again, the problem is you give an explanation. You say BJ's motivation is revenge. But for them, you say, oh, well, they're just they're not like BJ. They don't want to kill people. And that's all you talk about. You don't really talk about the motivation at all.
But oh yeah, they just happen to be killing Nazis, and haha, isn't this so funny? It's tonally all over the place and just so full of cringy.
Provide an example. Just provide an example. Provide an example of what you mean. Cement your discussion with specific examples of what you're talking about. Not a summary of it or summation. Give an example. No? Can't do it? Okay, I'm not surprised.
And awful cinematics, which is ironic because the cinematics in the first 3 games were like so good and short, and they got to the point and they were really emotional and impactful. Example number 3, Gears of War.
Okay, so he had nothing at all. He just said, oh, hey, this is different because it's not the same thing, and take my word for it, this is what it means. I'm like, okay, buddy, we'll give an example and I can listen to you, but guess not.
For a full explanation of how the woke mob girl-bossed Gears of War, see my video on that game, but I'll keep this short.
Oh.
The first 3 Gears games are an incredible trilogy focusing on the bonds and...
Incredible trilogy? Gears of War? The joke with Gears of War was called Tears of War back in the day. People would call it Tears of War because of all the scenes of men just bonding with each other, talking about feelings and all that. It was like, the joke was it was too emotional to be masculine or overcompensating for masculinity. That was the joke about Gears of War for many years, actually. Yeah, no, so we can confirm he probably has not played Wolfenstein based on his description of it, because he doesn't give any specific examples. He is playing clips that are out of context, no dialogue provided, no perspective provided, and it's not really enough. And Gears of War itself was a fun game series. It wasn't particularly groundbreaking, especially if you were an Xbox 360 player. It was just, a sci-fi series. Had moments, wasn't bad, but it wasn't without its haters back then too.
Brotherhood between men. They're incredibly masculine games, focusing on duty and sacrifice and military orders. And I know some of you hate this, but for 10,000 years, it's only been men fighting wars. Sorry.
For 10,000 years, it's only been men fighting wars, huh? I wonder... Only men fighting wars, huh? Only men fighting wars, huh? It's only been men, right? Only men. Only men fighting wars, right? Only men, right? Only men? Only men fighting wars, right? Yeah, of course. Yeah, only men, right? Yeah, of course. It's only been men fight. Hey, listen. It's only been men fighting wars. It's only been men. Only men. No women fight wars. Only men have been fighting wars. Only men. Only men.
At Yamate Ramble super chatted $2. This is not what Joan of Arc died for.
Yeah, right? Exactly. But hey, listen. It's only been men fighting wars. Only men. Only men ever. Never any women. Off the top of my head is the first four I thought of.
At Olivia Williams 6204 super chatted $3.58. We have a lot of archaeological evidence of women fighting wars.
Oh yeah, especially in Scandinavia, especially.
At Lupine Calibrator super chatted $2. Isn't even showing his own gameplay, claims it is.
This isn't even gameplay footage. Now, listen, I borrow footage a lot, but I also cite the people I'm borrowing from. If I borrow gameplay footage, I'm going to tell you where it came from, because that's just the right thing to do. I think it's unethical not to. And it's because I make a video every week, so sometimes I gotta get a good clip real fast. Like, I'll cite like the source and make sure they get credit for it, because it's important. But the problem is, I also don't credit myself as like a hardcore gamer. I talk about culture. I talk about like media discussion and plot and all that. The problem is AndyPants should be doing something similar. He's talking about culture. He's talking about that kind of stuff. I get if he doesn't want to do the gameplay footage specifically, but he's not even showing examples of what he's talking about visually on screen. You know? He says, oh, they don't know why they're fighting. There's no reason for fighting. They don't show that on screen. You're showing them like in an elevator. So you're not using the visuals of your video essay to illustrate the ideas discussed. That's simple.
Sorry. The first three games focus on Marcus, Dom, Cole, and Baird and tell a masculine story of brotherhood. Well, the progressive woke mob somehow got to Gears of War
Jesus
and...
Christ. Oh, Baichi, welcome.
At Baichabi super chatted $5. I leave for 5 minutes and we talking about Olga, Joan, and other badasses. Was Jadwiga mentioned? Boudica. Do I need to riot? We're starting a coup.
Yeah, no. Oh, I mentioned Boudica. Boudica especially. Boudica was terrifying. Boudica, they built a wall to keep Boudica out, basically. Timeline might be missing up on there. Don't get me wrong. After the Courtney Peet Sparta coin discussion, I kind of want to avoid discussing history publicly on stream if I get it wrong, but like, even still, I know enough about history to know Boudica was pretty infamous, you know? Jesus. But no, only women fought wars for 10,000 years. That's how it is. Oh, and don't ask what Cleopatra was up to either. It's another one too. If you want to talk about generals and war leaders during war times, but I digress.
Gears 4 and 5 are about sister...
Oops, sorry, check coming in.
At the Misnik fan super chatted $5. I wonder what this guy thinks of Kratos' character development.
Oh, don't worry. We're going to get to that next. I think we got enough of this video, right? You get the gist of it? Do we need to finish it? Because I want to give you an impression. Do you think... Chat, let me ask a question here in chat. I'm going to make a poll real quick. Start a poll here. Do you think AndyPants... His videos... have changed topics in a year? So, do you think AndyPants' videos have changed topics in the last year? Chat, what do you think? Vote now. Also, if you're watching this, take time to like the stream. Only 115 people have liked this stream, but we have over 400 people watching. I think it's time to give it a like.
At Otto Johnny super chatted $5. OMG. First time hearing about this dude and I hate his rhetoric.
Oh, don't worry, it gets worse. Yeah, let's take a look. How's chat doing with this? Oh, it looks like we have 74 votes in. I'm going to keep polls open for a little bit before I spoil the answer. Yeah, do you think AndyPants Gaming, with the Chad as his main channel banner image, has changed topics from who killed masculinity in video games and why are video games so gay now? And by the way, Mercy as your Overwatch character of choice to represent gayness in Overwatch when Tracer is the one you should be talking about?
At KMac639 super chatted $5. If we're gonna mention Cleopatra as a general, we also gotta shout out Catherine the Great.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I shout out Olga of Kiev, Catherine the Great also. Absolutely. Okay, let's take a look. Our survey says that 84% of you think no, AndyPants Gaming has not changed topics in a year, and 16% have said yes, he has. Well, betting men, let's take a look right here and find out. Stop noticing the war on men in video games.
Noticing that Nathan Drake...
There you go.
Guys, I'm going to need y'all to stop noticing some things. Stop noticing that Nathan Drake and Sully were replaced by girl bosses. Stop noticing that a small black woman single-handedly beat the shit out of Nathan and Sam. Stop noticing that the developer of the ultra-based Killzone games now makes games about a fat, dog-ugly lesbian who definitely drives a Jeep Wrangler.
By the way, those all are pictures that aren't from the game. They're actually digitally altered. So, did you even play Horizon Zero Dawn?
At Bachabi Super Chatted $5. Other places for women in war, Romance of Three Kingdoms, Japanese Shogunate, India, Mongolia, Indonesia, Polypolisians. Catherine is the Great.
Exactly. Oh my goodness, yeah.
At SM Jida Super Chatted $1.99. Don't tell Andy about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
At least not part 6 anyway, certainly.
Stop noticing that one of the best characters of all time, Jin Sakai, was replaced with a butch lesbian who raises a child with another woman, an action that...
At Yamate Ramble Super Chatted $5. What is that Master Chief thumbnail? Everyone knows he's ace, green, and autistic.
Yeah, exactly.
At Bernard_CK Super Chatted $5. This person sounds like those people who don't think Nier Automata is political because they're too busy looking at 2B's ass.
Yeah, I'd say you're probably on something with that train of thought there. Yeah, agreed. Nier Automata, a great game also, by the way. Just gotta say. Anyway.
That God hates. Stop noticing that angry
Kratos.
masculinity personified, Kratos, was replaced with the cuck of war who isn't even the main character in his own story anymore.
Wait, what? Okay, first off, everything else you said was stupid already. Nathan Drake is still the main character of the Uncharted series, for example. But arguing that Kratos from God of War isn't the main character of his games anymore, when he is, demonstrably, like, okay, how can you be such a pro-masculinity story when you're like, it's about a single father raising his son to be a good man and coming to terms with his past actions and having to reckon with them, having to deal with the guilt and having an opportunity to do better by a new opportunity in the future. How can you play this game where you have Thor and Kratos battling it out, both with their own pain, both peak powerful men who are epitomes of masculine strength, and see them fight and bond as they fight and kind of come to terms with their fists and knock sense into each other with that and not think that's peak masculinity? Like, how? How can you... You're someone who grew up with God of War. How did you not grow up with the game?
At King_Rollet Super Chatted $4.90. Good lord, I just imagined a hypothetical. If Andy was a JoJo fan, he'd say that the series was pussified.
He'd probably say it anyway. And we'll never actually read JoJo.
At Bachabi Super Chatted $5. Yote takes place almost 200 to 300 years after Tsushima. Also Ansu is bi like most samurai were.
Yep.
So tell me how Jin is somehow immortal.
There was a lot of courtly love among samurai that people kind of ignore historically. It's a lot like with knights and with other positions. There was a lot of homosocial relationships with both knights of chivalry as well as samurai. This is historically documented stuff. So AndyPants actually does not understand history if he thinks that's the case otherwise. So, you know, this is documented. You can look up artwork from the era depicting this. There is plenty of that. And then, of course, they go into Last of Us 2, which we've discussed on this channel a few times. AndyPants, also, Abby is not gay. Abby's, I think, straight, I'm pretty sure, right? If I remember correctly. She's just extremely strong.
Stop noticing that a muscly armed lesbian in Last of Us 2 literally killed Joel as the bagel director of the game held him down for a beating. Stop.
I mean, and then we get to this part, which reminded me a lot of Blackish's video before. And why I mentioned Blackish's stuff, too. If you're noticing Jewish people in media, I don't know. That sounds to me like a bit of a dog whistle to me. It sounds a little alienating, actually. And again, here's the thing I want to point out. There's no difference between what AndyPants is doing right now, what Blackishh did in his video before. Actually, there's one difference, which is why I brought it up. I think he stops after this. Blackishh doesn't.
At the Misnik fan super chatted $5. More obscure women in war. Brunhild and Fredegund, who both married into the Merovingian dynasty.
Yes, 100%. So yeah, in case you were saying, does AndyPants change gears at all? Well, he does. He dives headfirst in anti-Semitism. So everyone who said, yes, congratulations, he did change topics. He got worse somehow.
Stop noticing that the director is Jewish. Ellie's girlfriend is Jewish, and the entire game was stated by the director to be a metaphor for Israel. Stop.
Okay, that part's a little more.
And Beichabi super chatted $5.
But I digress.
It's also on the other side of Japan from each other. Tsushima is near the south of the main island, and Yote is Hokkaido, best island emo, 'cause I knew.
Exactly. So, two games that both happen to take place in Japan in different points of time, different locations of the island, will not have the same protagonist because the protagonist is dead. It's that simple. But I digress.
Stop noticing that Peter is cucked by a woman and a black man in Spider-Man 2, and MJ somehow went from being a journalist to a superhero because stunning and brave.
What? That's not what happens with MJ in Spider-Man 2.
At Stingertopia3169 super chatted $5. Blackishh kept just saying Jew or Predator. Andy somehow was more held back right there.
It's sad that Blackishh is the less restrained between AndyPants gaming, but I digress. Yeah. So you didn't play Spider-Man 2, if that's what you're saying. Didn't you get the boss fight in Spider-Man 2? Every time I bring this up, people get mad at me for spoiling Spider-Man 2, so I won't bring it up again. But there's a boss fight in Spider-Man 2 that's pretty significant, involving MJ. If you played the game, you know what I'm talking about, but every time I bring it up, people get pissed that I'm spoiling the game, so I won't do it this time.
At Beichabi super chatted $2. Though, I would love to have a Jin versus Ansu duel.
That would be pretty badass, from what I know. Again, haven't played Yote yet. Haven't played it yet. Haven't had the chance to. But again, yeah, the black man is Miles Morales, who's one of the most important characters in Spider-Man lore in the last 20 years. Miles Morales. It's not just some random black man. It's Miles Morales, who's Spider-Man's protege in that game. So, again, you know, also cucked. Bizarre. It's bizarre how he sees two characters being in the game as one cucking the other, you know?
Shall we do Xbox next? Stop noticing that based masculine characters like Marcus, Dom, and Cole were replaced by Kate Diaz. Stop noticing that Halo Studios made Cortana ugly and Chief a simp.
You consider Cortana ugly? Modern Cortana you think is ugly? Okay, buddy, if you really I mean, there's no accounting for taste, but first off, she's a robot, she's an AI, she's a program, but also, you think that's uglier than the glossy-eyed, low-poly Xbox version of her? What?
At Bernard_CK super chatted $2. NGL. What does based even mean?
It means whatever you want it to mean in that instance, honestly. Even those photos you chose are just not good photos to demonstrate her looking ugly. She looks like she has more flexibility in her face, for one. Personally, I like a woman who can change facial expressions. I don't know about you. That's my personal perspective. You know? I like when they have a little life in behind the eyes, personally. Yeah, all she did was have a uniform on. That's about it. Still the same everything else. Some people might think that as an improvement, actually, in terms of attractiveness.
At Yamaterambles super chatted $5. Modern Cortana is now able to emote with her face and also has a professional uniform, therefore must be ugly.
Exactly. Sad. Exactly. Yeah, ridiculous.
Stop noticing that they made the hero in Fable a woman. But guys, don't worry, there's totally not.
At Bechabi super chatted $2. Athena and Ishtar would also like a word on war.
Yeah, exactly.
At Kazuki Obero super chatted $5. Stop ignoring that real-life racehorses that were male are now portrayed as female in Umamasumi. Andy probably.
Gender-swapping horses. Yeah, exactly. Umamusume. Yeah, so AndyPants will never mention the peak that's Umamusume, honestly. So that's this big
issue
King
there. At King_Rollet super chatted $1.98. God forbid a woman with emotional range.
I know, shocking. How dare women have expressions and emotions? I do want to get to Tactical Templar, so I'm going to kind of speed through some of this a little bit, but you know what he's going to say. He already said it the first time a year ago. One second, that's my hair in my eyes. He's already said it like a year ago, the same basic thing. He's just repeating himself. There's nothing different now than what he said before. It's the same bullshit, different games. He doesn't actually talk about the game specifically. He says, in general terms. That's the thing that bugs me so much about this. If he played the games, and mind you, it's okay if you don't like Spider-Man 2 the game. That's fine. Give me a reason why.
At super chatted $2. You can pick your gender in Fable.
Yeah, exactly. It's all customizable. It's all bullshit. They just focus on one thing.
At Bernard_CK super chatted $2. Andy would be pissed upon finding out about fate.
How dare they turn King Arthur into a hot, sexy anime girl? Yeah. That's basically what he would say, you know? How dare they make King Arthur an anime protagonist? Like, that's what they would say. Also, 4 games with lesbians. There's like hundreds of games come out every single year. Also, notice how he never mentions Baldur's Gate 3. Strange how that is. I don't know, it's really strange. What do you think he thinks about Karlach?
Not an attack on men right now. Stop.
At the guy 493 super chatted $2. Nobody tell Andy about Samus.
Yeah, exactly.
Noticing that based masculine Assassin's Creed protagonists were replaced with a black queer man and an ugly woman. Stop noticing.
Oh my goodness. Okay, now you're going to get yourself screwed with this one. Again, mind you, all this is bullshit that shows he doesn't play the games, but for this right here is where I have to draw the line.
That Silent Hill F is just feminist propaganda designed to make women hate the concept of marriage.
How dare a game discuss forced arranged marriages and a stifling family existence? It's almost like every single Silent Hill game has depicted negative life experiences through the monsters of the games. Also, buddy, did you play Silent Hill 3? Did you play Silent Hill 4? Did you play any Silent Hill after 2? Oh, wait, no. Last one you played was Silent Hill 2, the remake. And as we see right here...
Stop noticing that based masculine Assassin's Creed protagonists were replaced with a black queer man and an ugly woman. Stop noticing...
The funny thing here is these two are Silent Hill 2. It's not even Silent Hill left.
At King_Rollet super chatted $1.98. Templar is just the same shit, different toilet.
Which is why we got a shit in that one too. I'm kidding. It's inappropriate. But we are going to. But yeah, no. So you've never played any Silent Hill game except for 2, and you're complaining about Silent Hill 2 here. This is Silent Hill 2. It's just an update.
At
But it's the
Bacheby
same
super
game.
chatted $5. Scholars actually have made papers on Arthur being read as a woman because he tends to use female candor in
Yeah.
the poems. He just wants good versus evil game.
Basically, yeah, exactly. Like the Silent Hill 2 remake is the original game. In some cases, line for line, just updated with better gameplay, better graphics, some new stuff, new puzzles. It's a better version of the old game. So some woke garbage. Also, the thing is right here, you're showing this image right here. That's a child who's traumatized. And the complaint was she wasn't attractive enough. She's a child. It's a kid. So because you don't find the kid attractive, you can complain about it. It's woke. That the kid who's traumatized isn't like sex appeal to you. It's like he's like 16, 17, the character. AndyPants like in his 40s. So then again, AndyPants might have weird relationships with daughters considering his was taken away from him. In case you don't know, between the making of the last video and this one, AndyPants Gaming made a video game. I'm going to show you a clip of that right now.
At Bacheby super chatted $2. Yasuki is straight bitch.
Yeah.
Red history ace at most.
Yeah. So here's an image of AndyPants Gaming's game that he made himself. This is what he this is his game. This is his game. You know, masculine, manly man with the Jinro, the Wolf Brigade armor ripoff right here, and the gay Nazis, I guess.
At the guy 493 super chatted $2. Check AndyPants' hard drives. Seriously.
We don't have to because we have his game, which includes C-SPAN, CSAM, inspired by his
King
daughter.
underscore roll at super chatted $1.98. Would Kingdom Hearts be considered woke by them?
That's what I said at the beginning of this video. I would say so. So this character right here, this character is inspired by AndyPants himself, and this is inspired by his real life daughter.
At Olivia Williams 6204 super chatted $1.43.
Yeah.
Silent Hill 3 best ending include an abort ion.
Yeah, exactly.
At Very Melonman 12 super chatted $2. Didn't AndyPants use his own kid in this game?
Yeah, he did. This character, by the way, all the artwork assets are AI generated, so they all are ever shifting. Nothing's consistent in the game. Also, gameplay wise, I watched Dead Domain play it back when it first came out. Game sucks. The daughter character of this game, who he has to rescue from the gay DEI Nazis, which, by the way, is based on his real life daughter, he puts into exploitative sequences where the child is put in sexually explicit scenes. He put his own daughter in a video game he made. Yeah. Also, the big guy right there in the back, it's just the guys from Jinro. Like it's literally the guys from Jinro. Like right here. It's the same design. It's the Jinro design. See, it's like right down to the eyes and everything. It's just Jinro with like less tubing, I guess. Like he's so unoriginal. He just ripped off the Jinro design. When I saw this, like this is just Jinro with like the Sub-Zero mask, basically.
At M Alvarado underscore Iku super chatted $2.68. The Day in the Helmets has Big Doug Walker labeling the clouds and flowers in his wall review energy.
Exactly. 100%. So, during this time, he lost custody of his daughter because his wife left him. And we know for a fact the wife did leave him after the game came out. And it was impartially because of the game that put a depiction of their daughter in explicit situations. Also, Jinro is amazing. Watch Jinro. It's a fantastic animated film. I might do a Jinro video if there's enough interest on it at some point. I love Jinro that much. But the guy's a creep. All right? He's a creepy, creepy guy. And when people got angry at him for his game, he argued with them on Twitter. He argued with me on Twitter. Like every dumb person who responded in a thread about him, he started arguing with in the comments. Like, all of them. Like, I know I get into arguments sometimes on Twitter, but I don't fight every single person like that. It's ridiculous. Especially when he was getting like ratioed by everyone. Every single person ratioed him. No one was on his side. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely crazy. And again, here's the big issue with all this.
That Silent Hill F is just feminist propaganda designed to make women hate the concept of marriage. Very subtle, by the way. There's a boss at the end that's a wedding dress. Stop noticing that after 3 Witcher games starring Geralt, the new game we play exclusively as Ciri, who they just happen to make ugly and fat now. Could it be
ugly and fat? Okay, AndyPants, we got to talk about a little bit about what your perceptions of fat are, because your standards are very low. Like, what are you talking about? None of these women are fat. Like, you keep pointing to, look how fat these women are. And they're all, like, normal-looking women, if not thinner than normal. You got Ciri, who is, jacked. Like, what is your standard for body size? It's ridiculous. Also, buddy, Ciri was set up to be the protagonist from the very first book. Not the first game, the first book. Before there was a game, Ciri was always positioned to become the protagonist eventually.
B, because of all the diversity consultants and cucked beta males that CDP...
How about the original author of the books that the CD Projekt Red based the games off of? The original. I know you don't read that much because you don't seem to have actual citations in any of your videos that you claim that you're reading. But the books for The Witcher feature Ciri becoming the protagonist.
PR recently hired? Nah, couldn't be related. Stop noticing that you couldn't play as a woman or a minority in Call of Duty World at War 2008, and now you are forced to play as a woman and a minority in Black Ops 7. Stop noticing that you couldn't play as a woman or a minority in Battlefield 4, and now you are forced to play as a woman and a minority in
I don't play crap games, so I can't tell you if this is true for Call of Duty, but somehow I think this may have more to do with the fact that there was a discussion about women serving in the Marines in the 2000s versus now where it's generally acceptable. You're just making shit. This is making shit up? Okay, you're just making shit up. So it's not even, true. Okay, cool. Again, don't play Call of Duty or Battlefield because I, played them once and they've never advanced. So your big complaint is that you couldn't play as women back in the day and that was a good thing? So you believe in keeping women out of the military? Like, what? What's your argument, buddy?
Battlefield 6. Stop noticing that in World War Z, all of the default characters you can pick from are gay and black. Stop noticing that every single film franchise has been cucked by a strong girl boss woman.
Okay, so with Star Wars, which has had multiple projects over the last, several years, you have Rey, one character. You have Finn, who's decidedly the main character in that storyline. And you have the Acolyte. So of ignoring the Mandalorian, Obi-Wan, Andor, Skeleton Crew, Star Wars Visions, Star Wars Rebels, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, ignoring all that. Yeah, no, Star Wars, all the media has women as the main characters, all of them. Obi-Wan, Book of Boba Fett, ignoring all that, of course. Okay, and right here we have, of all the Marvel movies, you have Carol Danvers, who was in 2 films, Black Widow, who's the main protagonist of 1, Scarlet Witch, who has a TV show, and Shuri, who replaced Chadwick Boseman because Chadwick Boseman died. So because Chadwick died, Shuri took over the main role. Because a real person died, that was the only reason why. And you're saying that is part of a pattern, a plan?
Yamate Rambles super chatted $2. Didn't Black Widow and Scarlet Witch die?
Yes, it did.
At Olivia Williams 6204 super chatted $1.99. Dr. Afra could count, I guess.
Dr. Afra is I love Dr. Afro. What a great character. I love characters who like get in over their head with like their ambitions supersede their ability to avoid danger, and they get in over their head. I always love that kind of stuff. And of course, unlike the other characters in Star Wars, Dr. Afro could die in her comics because there's no end point they have to reach, you know? A little less restrained. No, there is no pattern here. Other than they're both Disney, and they both made movies to market to different audiences while still trying to market to men. I'll tell you.
Stop noticing that movies that always starred men in the lead roles are all women now.
Okay. So, one Predator movie has a female protagonist. Mind you, not the first Predator movie to have that happened, though. Alien vs. Predator also had a female lead. Just saying. Ghostbusters, a reboot from 10 years ago that everyone didn't like, and they went back afterwards. Furiosa, a spin-off movie, has a man.
At King_Rollet super chatted $1.98. These grifters have bigger behavior patterns, bro.
100%. They're all the same note. It's all the same stuff.
Predator, Ghostbusters, Mad Max, Marvel, Star Wars, etc. All women. Stop noticing that in Marvel Zombies last month, they replaced all the male superheroes with girl bosses.
What? Buddy, Hulk and Thor were in Marvel Zombies. The other character, Spider-Man, is a main character in Marvel Zombies. Shang-Chi is a main character in Marvel Zombies. Also, all of them die. You know, everyone, spoiler alert for a show no one watched. It didn't even make on the Nielsen rankings. Moon Knight, Blade is a main character in Marvel Zombies. Almost all the characters you're showing die within an episode of appearing. They're all dead. So, what are you talking about, buddy?
Man, that's a lot of stuff I need you guys to stop noticing. So,
not really. It's all basic shit, man. None of it's that complicated.
Boys, on to the real question, why? Why?
Hang on, what do you got here?
At Unwritten Page 7791 super chatted $2. Stop noticing that women exist.
Yeah, that's basically what he's saying, all exclusively.
At Bernard_CK super chatted $5. Most of his examples are just spin-offs instead of the mainline entries because he struggles to find them. Or he just lies.
Listen, we're making a lot of assumptions assuming he even watches or plays the games and movies he's talking about. Also, that's a side character in Star Wars, right? That's one of the Star Wars from Jedi Survivor, right? Am I making a mistake here? Which is a side character. It's not even the main character in the game.
At Strange_Trees super chatted $3.58. Stop noticing how he doesn't say you were forced to play a white man in some games, but can now choose to be a woman in some.
Yeah. And also notice, I'm noticing too a couple things. Like, for example, when you talk about Spider-Man 2, the game, he doesn't seem to mention the plot at all in any meaningful way and acts like, again, there's a boss fight in Spider-Man 2 involving Mary Jane that's very different from how he's describing it. If you played the game, you might be able to scream out the inconsistency he has with it. But I digress. Yeah, this is exactly a supporting character. Exactly. So it's like that's not even the main character of the game. Main character is a white ginger in Jedi Survivor. So why are you omitting that so much, buddy? Also, notice he has not mentioned Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know. Seems like a strange omission.
Why is all of modern media, video games, and film against us? Keep watching, and I think the answer will surprise you. All right, boys, if you're like me, you probably stay up too late gaming all the time, so when you finally go to bed...
At Zeku super chatted $5. I know for a fact he was lying, never played on Halo because he showed images from Halo 4 and Infinite on the 2001 to 2007 side.
Yeah, okay, I was wondering about that, because I was thinking, that looks like Halo Infinite. That looks like Halo 4. I wasn't sure about that. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay, cool. I wasn't going crazy. Skipping ahead to the Mantis sleep ad.
Speaking movie and video game being girl bossed right now. Why has the systematic attempt to erase men gotten so bad? To put it simply, it's because men are the guardians of everything that is good, beautiful, and true in society, and there are evil women out there who hate
evil women like Hassan Piker. Again, men have done nothing wrong ever, forever, and never ever mention Boudica. I never mentioned Olga of Kiev to this guy. Again, same topic. Same freaking topic. He is so frightened by gay people. He is so scared by them.
Hate men and want to be in charge. It's as simple as
Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton specifically is coming after your video games in 2025.
America was created by 56 men. Every skyscraper, bridge, and cathedral was built by men.
Okay, let's find it out.
Edsecu super chatted $5. By the way, how is this guy not banned after the gross game he made?
Who knows? Okay, here's one for you. The world's tallest skyscraper was designed by a woman.
At King_Rollet super chatted $1.98. Also, why do these MFS have bad video presentation?
Because they're really bad. Actually, that's not true, actually. It's the... Oh, here you go.
At the guy 493 super chatted $2. Hey boys, we got a closet case here.
Really? Seriously?
At Bachabi super chatted $5. So, he's not wrong, but men are the guardians of society because they are expendable for survival of the species.
Yeah. Well, he's wrong about one thing, I just realized. So, here's one right here. Quick little Today I Learned thing I found on Reddit. So, again, how accurate it is, who knows? The world's tallest skyscraper, which I don't think is it's not the world's tallest skyscraper at all, but the St. Regis in Chicago, sitting at 1,198 feet tall. The 101-story tower was created by architect Jean Gang in 2020. Tower consists of 3 interconnected towers of different heights, but all possess the same unique curvilinear design. So right there, men did not design every skyscraper ever. Let's find out something else here. Girls under here's an example. So right here, here's an example. Okay, so Aqua Tower, Jean Gang, and Studio Gang in Chicago, Illinois. That's fair. The Trump Tower. Oh, here's one. It's funny. The Trump Towers in India were designed by women. Yeah. So Leonardo in South Africa, in Johannesburg, designed by Malika Walele, a woman. The Montevideo, Francine Hoburn, that was made in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. A skyscraper that's 43 stories tall, designed by a woman in 2005. The Liza Shoho, which is in Beijing, China. A 46-story skyscraper, Zaha Hadid, a woman. The Emerald, Seattle, Washington, D.C., designed by Julia Nagele in 2020. It was started construction in 2017. 40-story building made by a woman. The Kilbourne Tower, Grace Law, made 2005. The Equitable Building in Chicago, Illinois, designed by a woman in 1965. All the skyscrapers made by women, right? Made by men, right? That all skyscrapers made by men? Well, there you go. Couple of quick examples of ones that were not designed by men. I'm not just saying that to bust AndyPants Gaming's chops here, but he's factually wrong about a lot because he doesn't know jack shit about anything. He's like, oh, men made everything. And meanwhile, you're like, actually, I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy. You can point to examples and those are what I found with 5 seconds of Googling. 5 seconds of Googling. It wasn't even hard to find counterexamples. Back to the 60s, we can find skyscrapers designed by female architects. The problem is, Andy, is that you don't actually know a whole lot. And you assume your audience won't Google anything because your words of validation are surface level. They are not built on facts, and they stumble if you look up a single word in a book, which you've never read, I can presume, based on what you're saying so far.
The electricity and plumbing and foundation of your house right now was built by men.
Was it? How do you know? Do no female electricians exist? No plumbers? Let's find out. Population of women in construction. Because again, he said built. Let's find it out first. Okay, here we go. So, labor fines. Here we go. Percentage of share of women in construction industry in each state. In Arizona, it is 15% of women, 15% of construction workers are women. Now, again, not a whole big population. It is mainly mostly men, but it's still 15 to 14%.
Super chatted $5. Guy probably shouldn't be making a big brag about Eagle Land when it's currently being looted by a rotted orange cuz of people with his mentality.
Yeah, that's one. He likes that, though. He's fine with his medical insurance going up that high, I guess.
Motherhood.
Hang on. We just got there.
Who do governments send to fight wars and save women from burning buildings? Men. Men are the creators and sustainers of civilization itself, and we've done it for tens of thousands of years. But
the problem is he's so insecure. He has to be the protector. He has to be. Because he doesn't know how to live life if he's not in charge. Because here's what it comes down to, AndyPants. Here's the harsh truth I gotta tell you. Here's the hard truth. Just because other men are the protectors of women and the protectors of society doesn't mean you are. Just because other men accomplish something doesn't mean you did. And that's the harsh truth of it all. Just because other men did something valuable to society doesn't mean you have. There's your reality for you. There's your check. Just because you're a man doesn't mean you're entitled to anyone's respect. You have to earn that respect. You being a man doesn't make you a great soldier. Going through training and fighting does. Being a man doesn't make you respectful if you have to talk about houses. Working in architecture does.
Strange_trees super chatted $1.43. He seems to really like men. Intensely.
Oh yeah, no. I think he's a closet homosexual. I think he's very closeted because his obsession with men just runs too deep. He loves very masculine, manly, big, strong, burly men. That is gay. That is deep in the closet I've ever heard in my life. Quite frankly.
At the Misnik fan super chatted $5.
That's a good point.
I actually do have one more super chat in me. The earliest known author in human history was the Sumerian princess and high priestess Enheduanna.
Yeah. So right there, from the beginning, women have been in charge and involved with society. That's simple.
At Subrosian Dimitri super chatted $2. Dude is in so deep he tripped over Aslan.
Exactly. He really has. It's ridiculous.
At Zypher 8677 super chatted $2. Agreed. He's deep in the closet.
Yeah. So here's one of the most widely watched parts. We're going to play this real quick right here.
As Bill Burr said one time, feminism views male patriarchy as a box of chocolates. Equal pay and being in charge of video games? Yeah, we'll take some of that. Digging ditches and roofing in the summer? Nah, y'all can keep that. Feminism?
Hey, man, if someone else wants to do roofing, Also, buddy, when was the last time you killed the cockroaches in your house? Because I know you got them.
At its heart is a jealous...
This is the same image he used in his previous video. The same one, isn't it? He's just recycling old stuff. He's got nothing new.
Of God-given male authority, and it is a desire to take away male authority and put women in charge.
That's what he's afraid of. He's afraid of being replaced. He's afraid of a woman coming in to do his job because he's got nothing to really merit being an authority. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. He's got no reason to have anyone to ever treat him as an authority on any topic because he's not that good at anything. That's what it is. He's afraid of women because he knows they're more qualified to do work he feels entitled to do. That's what it is.
You can see this all going back to the story of Adam and Eve in the garden.
Yes, a story, which even biblical scholars acknowledge it's not a real story. It's an allegory. It's to tell messages to their audience, not a real fat piece of history.
Satan knew that if he came after Adam directly, his neck would get snapped. But if he was able to trick Eve, then he could get control of Adam through...
Oh, AndyPants. Oh, AndyPants. You dumb, dumb, dumb person. Satan was not the snake. Satan is not tied in with the snake outside of legend until you get to Paradise Lost. John Milton's poem from the 1600s. The snake is a snake. It is never depicted as Satan in the book of Genesis. It is never referred to as Satan. The word Satan does not appear in the book of Genesis. His motivation is not that Eve is weaker. It's that he chose Eve first. Because he knew that if he could convince Eve of the apple to eat the apple, Eve could then convince Adam of the apple. It's not that Adam is a big, strong, burly man, because Adam was incapable of violence. The first act of violence was Cain against his brother. Adam would never have hurt the snake. Rather, it's because Eve was the bigger challenge. But if you got to Eve, she could get to Adam. Because Adam was the easier of the two to lead. Also, Adam submits to Eve's influence. So that means Eve was really the one pulling the strings. Eve was in charge, not Adam. So in your own example, you chose a story where a man was completely submissive to someone else. Didn't think for himself. I don't think I need to say any more than that. I think you get the idea. This man is supposedly a big Christian man who puts his daughter in explicit material video games, but doesn't seem to remember his own Bible stories. And I'm not even all that religious, and I could tell you that. It's always the people who talk the most about God who are the least godly, who know the least about the Bible. They can pull out passages out of context, but when they ask you, what's the context? What does the book actually say? They demonstrate that they don't know anything. It's like in Scream where they ask you, what's the killer in the first Friday the 13th? Oh, it's Jason. No, it's Mrs. Voorhees. You know, it's basic shit like that. Yeah, to be fair, he doesn't read. That's a good point. I think I got enough of this guy. Listen, the guy's a clown. But let's see the next stage of this, because I want to jump into Tactical Templar, because I don't know anything about this guy, and we'll wrap up after that. It is, after all, day before my birthday, so I want to get some sleep tonight. But let's dive into Tactical Templar. Tactical Templar is, of course, a guy who is a guy on the internet who is pretty infamously a loser. He is a locale. He is as the terminology indicates. He talks about nothing but nonsense. He tries to jump on all these different topics whenever possible. And lately, he's been seen as something of a clown. Now, I want to point out, a lot of these videos are not getting a lot of views anymore. Like this one from Wow. Okay. So in one day, he's posted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos, and none of them have broken 500 views. Not a one. He posts videos all the time. And they're basically bullshit. They're basically nothing. These are not really big videos. They're all trying to jump at anything that he could find to discuss. And these rarely cross 1,000. I want to jump on one that's like a little more meaningful, a little more meaty, because he talked about the Super Mario Brothers movie. And that's worth discussing. I think it's more interesting. So let's look at Tactical Templar's video on Super Mario Brothers. So, what? No, I didn't say translate. No, go away. The AI night walking forward. Like, that's a cool image. Yeah, okay, buddy. All right.
Well, brothers, the Super Mario Brothers movie did so phenomenally well that...
Okay, I'm not going to lie. Okay, listen, I don't want to make fun of anyone for their voice, because my voice is very distinct and kind of goofy, too. Listen, my voice is goofy. I get it. It's a silly-sounding voice. But if you're going to have the persona of being this like intense knight, I don't know. That voice isn't fit.
At the guy 493 super chatted $2. Dude wishes he was Mandalore Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just feel like I was expecting like a different sounding person. I don't know. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. We'll get to that.
That it was a shock to no one that Nintendo announced that they were going to be doing another movie. However, what did shock people was the fact that playing Rosalina is a blast from the past. That's right, Brie Larson.
Oh no, not Brie Larson. The moment you mention Brie Larson, you can hear the thunder. You can hear the horses neighing from the cabin, from the what was it? Not cabin. The stocks. No, anyway, where the horses go, in their pen. Not Brie Larson. I heard lightning strike I heard thunder in the corners of the house. Jesus Christ. Not Brie Larson.
Now, when people saw that Brie Larson was going to be playing Rosalina, the reaction was very interesting.
Yeah,
some people were upset, and some people were like, all right. Now, where I come down on this is I'm curious.
You're curious?
Because understand, Brie Larson's career is basically over at this point.
Brie Larson's career is basically over at this point. You think so, huh? Let's take a look at Brie Larson's career. Let's look at Brie Larson's career. What has she been in lately? Well, let's take a look. Oh, Super Chat coming in.
At Yamate Rambles super chatted $2. I just want Daisy to show up.
Yeah, I want Daisy. Same.
At Otto Johnny super chatted $5, of course. He's mad about Brie Larson.
Yeah, of course he is. So, The Marvels came out. Okay, well, Marvels right there. She was in The Bear just recently. She was in Lessons in Chemistry TV miniseries for the whole thing. She was in Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, which is a really good show. She's in pre-production for Crywolf. There's some spy thriller she's working on. She's working on she's in post-production for something else. And again, Super Mario Brothers Galaxy, the movie, which is going to be a massive hit. So, she's been getting to work. She's been doing the work. And presumably, she'll be in one of the MCU projects coming up. I don't think they've announced her for Doomsday, but I think it's reasonable to assume she might end up being in Doomsday. But right there, her career's over, but she has 4 projects coming out this next year. Doesn't sound over to me.
She has not been in a major blockbuster movie in a long time. In fact,
since The Bear is a pretty big show. Bear's a big deal. So, like, and again, in some time, the last big one was, again, The Marvels. That came out back in 2023. She's been filming other things. She's probably going to show up in one of the Avengers films. That's a big blockbuster. The problem also is there haven't been a lot of big blockbusters outside of a few different roles, and they don't have a lot of characters to cast in those roles. Very limited supply of offers. And is in Fast X. Oh, and Fast X, yeah. So Fast X right there too. Forgot about that. So she's in projects that underperformed, not necessarily due to her though, but due to other factors outside of her as an actress. And Chris Evans hasn't shown up in a lot of movies lately either. In fact, the last one he showed up in was the one Coen Brothers film. I heard it wasn't that good, though, unfortunately, which is a shame because I thought the concept was really cool. But again, yeah, not a lot of actors don't show up for years. Robert Downey Jr. has not been in a blockbuster for much longer than Brie Larson. You know? Just as long, really. Oppenheimer was old. I think Oppenheimer is... when did Oppenheimer come out? Was that 23? We'll check that. Oppenheimer was 2023. So, yeah, so Oppenheimer was the last thing that Robert Downey Jr. was in, and that was more further away from us than the Marvels. So what's your point? What's your point, dude?
In fact, last I heard, she was doing, like, small little, like, indie things.
Yeah, like The Bear, that indie production.
Indie projects. Nobody wanted
like The Bear, you know, that independent production.
To touch Brie Larson with a 10-foot pole, but she's going to be doing...
Except, you know, one of the most successful TV shows in current history.
Voice actor work. So here is what I'm interested in seeing. I'm actually glad that she was chosen because I'm interested to see what Brie Larson's attitude is going to be like in the press build-up to this.
Super chat coming in.
At KJ Zana super chatted $2. The new season of Prehistoric Planet just came out.
At the ice. I can't wait to see that. I'm excited. Cannot wait. Yeah. So here's one with Tactical Templar's perspective. We all know what Brie Larson's going to say in the press junket. She's going to be really excited to be in a Mario project because she loves Mario. Brie Larson, if there's one thing you got to know about Brie Larson's personal life, is that she's a huge Nintendo fan, like a gargantuan one, like publicly has talked about Nintendo constantly over the course of a very long time. The problem is that Brie Larson said a couple of things that were actually totally factually correct on the press tour for Captain Marvel in 2019, and these nerds won't shut up about it. That's what it is.
I want to know, is Nintendo going to hyper scrutinize every line that these actors give in public, or is Brie Larson just going to run her mouth like she did under Captain Marvel? Because you may not remember, but Brie Larson became immediately toxic because she started running her mouth because she had to become in favor of current thing. Whatever current thing was, Brie Larson had to be in favor of it. And
Really, we'll give you an example. Tactical, give me the specific example of what you're talking about. I mean, it's an edited video. It's not a live stream. What are you talking about? Give me an example. Give me an example real quick of what she's what current thing you're talking about. Was it the movie critics? Was it, what was it? What was it?
And including going on stage and saying, well, you know, white men, I don't want to hear from you. Like a fish called Wanda. I don't want to hear what you...
I'll get to that for a second.
At Kagod super chatted $5. Something to know about Taktical. He actually did have some success with lots of views back in 2019-2020 talking about Brie Larson, etc.
Yeah, I did see that. He had a lot of success there.
At Kippy Ace Artist super chatted $2. Running her mouth, the most sexist way to say it.
Exactly. Very sexist.
At FatCat22 Abel super chatted $1.99. These guys must love Fuda 'cause they stay on Brerod.
Exactly. So let's read the quote right here. I'm gonna read the whole quote right here. This is what Brie Larson said specifically. She discussed. Now, first off, this was not as part of a promotion for Captain Marvel. This was a speech she gave at the Crystal Lucy Awards. And she cited USC Annenberg's Critic Choice Study and a call for diversity in entertainment. She talked about how of the 100 highest grossing movies in 2017, less than a quarter of the critics were white women, less than 10% were underrepresented men, and only 2.5% women of color. And she said that reviews change lives, the impact of it's important, and Brie Larson said that she wanted for more inclusive representation in the film industry. Am I saying I hate white dudes? The Oscar-winning actress said, and I'm quoting this from the Variety article right here, from her roommate Beverly Hilton. I'm going to show it right now so you know I'm not making anything up. Can you see the screen? There we go. No, I'm not. I don't want to hear I don't want to hear what a white man has to say about A Wrinkle in Time. I want to hear what a woman in color, a biracial woman, has to say about the film. I want to hear what teenagers think of the film. If you make a movie that is a love letter to women of color, there is a chance that the woman of color does not have access to review and critique your film. Do not say the talent is not there, because it is. Please make sure that these invites and credentials find their way to more underrepresented journalists and critics, many of whom are freelancers. So, Brie Larson's specific perspective was on talking about critics. It was about film critics that were widely underrepresented in media. Because as we saw with the study, the specific study, a fraction of film critics were anything but white men, especially with films aimed for audiences who were not white men. I don't think white men have the best perspective of, say, your average... I remember, who was I talking to about this? I think it was Kyla years ago. I was talking to you about this. How there's a whole bunch of films that black audiences see as modern classics that white people like me had never heard of. I've never heard... she was going down a list of these films, and, there were films that other black people who, if they heard them, were like, oh yeah, I love that film. It's a classic. But I'm like, I've never heard of it before. And I watched some of them after the fact. I forget which one specifically it was, and because it was years ago I was talking to you about this. And they were good films, but I would never have heard about them because no one was talking about them in my general sphere. There's, say, white sphere. So, and that's a blind spot I had to look out for, That's something I had to realize, oh, that's weird. Why didn't I ever hear these films? Because no one talked about it in the spheres I was in, which is primarily white. And so, right there, a white critic would be totally dismissive of these films because it's not the high art that they want. And as we've seen time and time again, especially as film media discussion has gotten more diverse with the proliferation of TikTok, with the proliferation of YouTube critics, different perspectives are very different. There's a whole different world out there that was kind of ignored. So yeah, it's not that Brie Larson was saying no white people should talk about anything ever, but rather, if she's watching a film aimed at a certain demographic, she wants to hear critics from that demographic review the film because they can more accurately discuss if the film is right for them. Leonard Maltin's a great critic, but I don't really care what he has to say about Sinners because he's not the primary demographic. And also LGBTQIA identity, autistic representation. So again, here's the thing. A person who's not autistic watching Sing, Sia's Sing, would not have the same perspective as someone who is autistic watching that same movie, The movie, what was it that came, the big controversial one from last year for the Oscars? The one with Zoe Saldana with the Emilia Perez. There we go. So Emilia Perez. That became popular because the people who watched it were the same kind of people. It became an echo chamber. And so when it came time for award season, they all like, oh yeah, this is a great movie. Meanwhile, you showed... Oh, Sing, music. I'm sorry, music, not Sing. I apologize. I get it mixed up in my head sometimes. Music. And Malton is still alive, I know that. So... What was he talking about? Oh, yeah. So, Amelia Perez. The moment you show that to trans audiences, to Mexican audiences, the inauthenticity of the film is immediately apparent. And then once they bring it up, you can't hear anything but that. And it changes your perspective of the film. But Amelia Perez was screened for people who are not Mexican, people who are not trans. And because of that, in that one insular audience, a narrative began to form that this was some great film. But when it came out of that audience, the perspective of the film changed popularly. So that's a big deal. Major deal. Oh yeah, and Wave has a good example too right now.
At the Wave Runner Super Chatted $2. It's what led Crash to winning a Best Picture Oscar.
100%. 100%. And Crash sucks. The 2005 Crash, not the David Cronenberg Crash. That one's really good, but it's also a very different film. 2005 Crash is about racial relations, and the David Cronenberg Crash is about people who get turned on by car crashes, which is a very different topic. Let's go set that up on here.
You think about that. I want to think about what Black, lesbian, disabled women in wheelchairs think about it. Yay, I'm so great.
For someone who obsessed over Brie Larson, you couldn't even get the movie right. It was A Wrinkle in Time, not A Fish Called Wanda. Big difference between A Fish Called Wanda and the recent adaptation of A Wrinkle in Time. Not very similar films, but I guess they're easily conflatable.
So she alienated and ostracized a lot of people because she was fucking unbearable.
And then her movie grossed over $1 billion. What's your point?
Even other cast members were repulsed by her attitude and behavior. So, it will be very, very, very interesting to see if Brie Larson is going to be on a tight leash, or if they're going to allow her to have free reign to make stupid, asinine comments like Marvel did.
Here's the thing, buddy. That was not as part of the press junket for Captain Marvel. That was for something entirely different. It was an acceptance speech that was read. It has nothing to do with promo. Therefore, Marvel would have no say in that. Disney would have no influence on that. It was for a press. It was for a tour. It was for a speech for, what was it again? It was the Crystal and Lucy Awards, which I've never heard of before, but I'm sure it's a major award. I'm sure for film and TV. So again, not the press tour. So nothing at all was related to this. It's not connected.
And that's what has me interested.
Really?
That's what has me interested. Now, I want to refresh your memory about Brie Larson.
Okay, refresh it.
I want to refresh your memory about who and what she is.
Okay. Because you're doing a bad job so far.
Because this is just a taste, a flavor.
A taste.
A small microdose.
A microdose, you say. I love these spaces
what Brie Larson was like
just
a couple years ago.
Just a couple years ago.
10 years. We keep kind of picking up where we left off, and we've, lifelong friends, hopefully.
Yeah.
Especially...
No, not with me, though.
No? We're not going to...
Well, I mean, I'd say it's just started and also probably ended.
10 years.
Okay. So... Tactical, aren't you forgetting the context of that scene? They're talking about how Avengers Endgame feels like the end of an era for them. And so while Chris Hemsworth has been there since the beginning, Brie Larson has just got started very recently. relatively speaking. Like, this was a 10-year journey. Again, the 10 years is the key point there. So it's not even like a joke. She's just being like, well, I wasn't there since 2011, like when you were in your movie. Her first film came out 3 or 4 months before Endgame came out. So it's not even like a joke. It's just, she's being honest. She doesn't have the same history with these characters the way Chris Hemsworth does, which is fair. She doesn't, and she's admitting that. It's not a joke. It's not an insult. It's just a fact. She has not been involved with this franchise as long as the other guys. What's the problem with that? It's not a lack of respect. It's that she just isn't there. In fact, it's actually showing more respect to what they experienced. What do you expect her to do? Lie and say that, yeah, no, I was here from the very beginning, and my experience is the same as yours. No, that'd be worse, frankly. So yeah, Tactical Templar, you forget that people remember what these interviews are for because I was writing articles about it at the time.
Brie Larson was just immediately unlikable. She had no chemistry with the other people on set. She was obnoxious and provocative. She would say things that would ultimately hurt the movie, and that was the smallest, literally the smallest taste that I could offer. In fact, maybe let me.
That's the smallest taste because it's nothing. That's not even a taste, you know? If anyone was what the interview was about and the context. By the way, if you have to show a clip in the middle of an interview without knowing what the question was, you've already failed. Because if you can't show the entirety of the question, the entirety of the situation, and that still makes sense, then where's the issue? Also, why couldn't you show the rest of the clip? The rest of the interview? Why only that one small segment that you stopped so quickly after? Yeah, well, why is that? I wonder why. Also, by the way, I'm sure Brie Larson's influence on Avengers Endgame's promotion totally tanked the film. Endgame didn't at all have a massive success. Jesus Christ.
Let me give you another taste.
I can see Brie Larson.
On a amuse-bouche, all right, of the Brie Larson that many people have come to know.
And one more question. What does it mean to be a woman in film?
It means it's really hard. And if you're a woman of color, then it's really, really hard.
What's wrong with that? Like, I just don't see what's wrong with that. It is hard to be a woman in film. You know, this is around the same time all the exposés were coming out about friggin' like Harvey Weinstein, like molesting women on sets. There's all the stuff about all the different people who were like assaulted on set. So, you know, basically treated like garbage after they got over the age of 32 when they weren't like young anymore. Where's the concern? What part of that should draw your eye and go, I can't stand this. This is unlikable. This is disgusting. How dare she say that women have to deal with struggles? What's your next thing? Oh, well, men struggle too. Yeah, they do, but it's different. Like, what's your fucking point, man? Like, dude, I'm not trying to say, Brie Larson's the best actress ever. I don't think that's the case. But the weird manufactured hate around pretty innocuous comments is pretty ridiculous. Especially considering she also had comments where she just played video games and talked about Nintendo. But you don't play those for some reason. I don't know why.
Right.
So earlier this week, USC Annenberg's Inclusive Initiative released findings.
So here's the thing we're just quoting. The exact quote that he was trying to say before. Here's the clip from it. Let's see it again. What I said is accurate.
That 67% of the top critics reviewing the 100 highest grossing movies in 2017 were white males. Less than a quarter were white women, and less than 10% were unrepresented men. Only 2.5% of those top critics were women of color.
So, you have an understanding of why people despised Brie Larson.
No, I don't yet. Explain to me why any of those clips were bad. Explain to me, why is it bad to draw attention to disparity among critics? Why is it bad to say it's hard to be a woman in Hollywood? What's bad about that? Genuinely, explain to me now, because you're the expert here. It's not self-evident to me. You have to convince me. What about that is so bad? Explain it to me. I'm sure you will, right? Because it's your video. You have time to explain why these clips are so bad. Because it makes no sense to me. She's drawing attention to a problem that exists, that she experiences, that she sees. And she's advocating for people who cannot advocate for themselves in a public sphere like that. She's trying to get people hired for jobs. Are you against people getting jobs that they deserve it? Bizarre to me.
She was obnoxious. She was woke. She was feminist. She was combative. She had no chemistry with people.
Who's she combative with? She's mostly talking to in interviews this whole time. Where's the combativeness? What the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, she's, again, the problem is with this guy is that he's just like, oh, look how terrible she is for talking about the statistics. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. All right? Unless you can actually give examples that are not just, oh, woke. You know, give me your reasons, all right?
Around her, she would say provocative and antagonistic things, and at the end of the day, really, it just was, she wasn't talented, she wasn't funny, she wasn't charismatic, she wasn't...
She wasn't talented. Wasn't talented. Oh, buddy. Play the song from Scott Pilgrim that she sings on TikTok, and we'll see about that. Room is a masterpiece of storytelling. Room is fantastic, and that's Brie Larson's movie. She owns that film, basically. Immensely talented. Black Sheep, yeah, right there. Yeah, Black Sheep, great freaking song. Yeah, no. Carol Danvers is Carol Danvers. Wow, Carol Danvers. Brie Larson has a lot of talent. She won the Academy Award for Best Actress. Like, she has it. She has talent. She's very well established with talent. Just because you don't like her doesn't mean she's untalented. You can dislike a person who has a lot of talent.
Interesting. She couldn't emote. Yeah, she was the worst of all worlds. However, she has gone away. Has she changed? Has she learned something? These are all things that we want to know. So, we're going to watch the trailer from Nintendo of America for the Super Mario Galaxy movie. And we're going to see how Brie Larson does in this presentation. And then, going forward, I'm genuinely curious.
Is he just play the whole trailer? Because Brie Larson doesn't show up in this.
When you have been put... It's obvious. It's off-putting. It's weird. Harsh for Mario. You should have said, wow, it looks like AI. Then you have all the real artists in the audience pissed off. Listen, I don't care how many furries or degenerates or retards have a problem with that. It's observable. It's obvious. It's off-putting.
Wait, what is he? Sorry.
You know what I'm already going to say. I don't even have to say it. In a Super Mario Brother movie, why is the majority of the fighting being done by Princess Peach?
Why is the majority of fighting being done by Peach? Did you see the last film? She does not do the majority of fighting. The whole film is centered on freaking Mario. This is just the Princess Peach is wearing pants thing 2.0. Oh no, how dare Princess Peach fight? A thing she's done since Super Mario Bros. 2. Since her second appearance. How dare she fight? I know it's a dream, but you get what I'm trying to say. She's fought in every single Smash Brothers game. She's fought in multiple different games. She's playable in a bunch of Mario games. She has multiple games of her own she plays in. Why would this character, who historically has fought, fight? Freaking tourists. We gotta watch out for the tourists in our fandom, and that's an example of a tourist. Why does Princess Peach fight? Come on.
Listen, I don't care how many furries or degenerates or retards have a problem with that. It's observable. It's obvious.
Why would furries have an impact on Princess Peach fighting? What furry perspective are you asked? What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Off-putting. It's weird. Like, the majority of the action scenes are being done by Peach. Why?
Dude, it's a trailer. Like, yeah. The majority of the trailer is Mario, Luigi, and Bowser talking about pictures. There's like 3 or 4 shots of Princess Peach fighting, and there's seconds. Come on, man.
And I say that because obviously there is something wrong with that.
It's one shot of Princess Peach fighting and the others of her traveling to different planets.
Now, I don't think that it's going to make this movie flop or anything like that, but it is something noticeable, and it is wrong.
You looked at 3 seconds of Princess Peach fighting and like, why is Peach in the majority of action scenes? You're watching this in real time. You didn't see the other clips yet.
At the Waverunner Super Chatted $5. We're gonna get lore-accurate Samus in a movie sometime soon, and they are gonna complain. Hope Brie Larson also plays her. She'd be solid.
Oh, 100% hope Brie Larson plays Samus. That'd be fantastic. She'd be perfect for that. Agreed.
It is an intrusive foreign ideology.
This isn't an action scene showing different angles of her traveling from one planet to the next. Come on, man. How are these grifters so allergic to playing Mario? Like, this isn't we're not saying play like Elden Ring. We're not saying play Baldur's Gate 3. It's Mario. Mario, one of the most widely popular game franchises of all time.
It continues to rear its ugly head. Because there are a lot of people within Hollywood, within this industry, that have not learned the lesson for the past 10, 15 years. And by the way, this is completely unrelated, but I just did another video about Square Enix laying off thousands of people.
What does that have to do with anything we're talking about right now? Square Enix make this movie?
Artist Super Chatted $2. Low-key, I hope we get a Samus with weird bird habits.
Yes, same. She was raised by birds. She's gonna have some weird habits. I want to see her like try to like, I don't know, like feed her young by like regurgitating food. That's gross, but you know, I'm getting at it. Again, do you think, why didn't Hollywood learn their lesson the last time they did this with Princess Peach, where the movie grossed $1 billion? Hollywood really should learn their lesson from making all this money. Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. Hollywood should learn their lesson. They did. That's why they're including it. Because it makes money.
And that's on the back of, I mean, how many people did Ubisoft lay off? How many people did Microsoft lay off? The idea that feminism and modernity is popular, that girl bossing is popular, that women taking the center stage is the warrior is popular, it's just not.
Buddy, let me ask you a question here. What does laying off all these workers have to do with feminism? Let me ask you a real question here. This is a tough question. Tough question, Templar, because I know you listen to all the people who criticize you. So take a listen. What's more likely? That game studios spend way too much money on their productions to ever make a profit off of it that's meaningful? That CEOs want to fire employees to make more profits for themselves? That freelancers let go after the end of productions to save room on the budget?
At Carissanomatic Super Chatted $5. Mario isn't a blonde hair 500 pounds of muscle one-liner man with Peach and Daisy off his arms while unloading dual shotgun. Makes them insecure.
Jesus, you're right. Jesus, you're right. That's so wonky.
And the thing is, you can get a bunch of retarded furry activist freaks, a bunch of...
Why are the furries catching strays when talking about a human woman? Like, what is this? What do furries have to do with anything? What do the furries do here? Like what like, do you think Princess Peach is like a furry? Like, what's going on here?
Nutters. Absolute, out of their mind nutters. To come out and say, no, this is great, this is fine. But do you think that those content creators that just don't like people that are critical of wokeness and far left progressivism, do you think those people are going to be there to, lend a helping hand to the people that end up fired as a result of, the video game industry?
Yes, people have done fundraisers and charities for that. And many of them have joined independent studios where they can actually have the profits from the game that they produce, as opposed to being hired by a AAA company. Because AAA companies suck. As a rule, they suck. A lot of people are going to indie gaming and making their own games after being let go from major studios because it's a lot more successful.
For the past, I would say, 10 years, catering to a market that didn't exist and alienating the market that did exist and apparently was too toxic.
Let me get a statistic real quick. Bring something up here right now. So, here's an example. Date Everything. The game Date Everything. It's an independent production. Very low budget, made by an indie crew. After 2 months, it got 500,000 copies sold. A dating sim sold 500,000 copies.
Curtis super chatted $2. A protogen burned his toast once. He swore that day.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is right there, a game made primarily for the audience you're decrying sold 500,000 copies and made a lot of money because it was made cheaply and inexpensively by an independent crew. Cater to an audience for sure. You're just upset that the big name companies don't exclusively market their works to you. That's what you're upset about. Simple, basic.
My point is...
Your point, go for it.
I identify these things because I see them as a problem. Do I think it's going to be the end of this movie? No, absolutely not. But it is something that I will continue to elucidate because I'm hoping...
Elucidate?
That's
not really... You didn't really elucidate anything. You didn't really say anything. You just said, oh, there's a problem in gaming. Like, well, is it? How so? How can you prove that? It's a problem. I'm like, okay, well, can you provide evidence, statistics, a study being done to show... statements proving that you specifically can correlate why they were let go with the argument you're making. No. You just take your word for it, of course. You're elucidating, which is a nice way of saying you're talking out of your ass and you're confusing what gas erupts from that rectum for facts and knowledge. In other words, your feelings matter more than the facts. And if you gish gallop enough, maybe we won't even notice that you didn't say anything of any tangible value about the scene in question. Because... shock of all shocks, layoffs at Square Enix have nothing to do with a movie made by Nintendo and Universal.
Soon that they'll realize that this girl boss, the girl needs to be the one ass-kicking in the scenes. That is not normal, and it's something that's off.
It's not normal. It's not right for a woman to read. First she gets ideas, then thinking. Oh, wait, you sent one? Okay, let me take a look real quick, Wave. Oh, I see. Let me take a look at that real quick. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no. Okay, so Wave Runner just sent this for you. I'm gonna open this up real quick. Yeah, right here. Basic counterexample. Right there. 1992. Princess Peach with a bomb. Threatening Bowser and everyone. Wearing pants and overalls. Gonna blow everything to bits. Thanks, Wave, by the way. This is perfect. Right there, Tactical Templar. It's way earlier. Way earlier than what you're talking about. And Luigi's in the dress. Right there. You got Luigi in a dress right in this corner right here. And you got Princess Peach in Luigi's outfits.
Putting to most normal people. It is.
She does look like Sailor Moon, I agree.
It just is.
Okay, so the action scene was just Peach fighting a little bit. Hitting things with her umbrella. And then it cuts straight to Bowser Jr.
For the best. Listen, I think the trailer was fine. But you do notice. You do notice that the scenes that have action, the scenes that have fighting, are the women.
They are. What about the scene where they're on the motorcycle going through the land? There's only seconds of action in the whole trailer. We're talking maybe 60 frames of animation of action.
The scenes with Mario, like what scenes in this are like the only scene in this, Mario is being kind of mean. Like that's the only scene really with Mario and Luigi.
Yeah, together.
Like, yeah, they're riding on the bike. Every scene that has a fight scene is Peach and Toad.
That's not a fight scene. Toad. That's not a fight scene. They're going. Did you even play Mario Galaxy? They're traveling to a planet. That's not a fight scene. That's them traveling. There is one action sequence involving Princess Peach, and it's a second of action.
Peach.
Right here. That's the only action scene in this trailer involving Peach. That's it. It's a second
At
of it.
Straw Hat Monty 22,897 super chatted $2. Also, Nintendo's problems are pricing, not layoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Agreed. Nintendo's pretty good with firing. They don't tend to lay off too many people, which is good. I like that. But
fighting
still.
like it's some kind of, like it's combat.
That's it. The one scene, which is 1 or 2 seconds long, is all you got of Peach fighting. That's what you're complaining about. Seconds. Barely 2 seconds of a trailer. That is what's gotten your kilt in a knot. Jesus Christ. Y'all are weak, man.
A simulator. And then Rosalina defeating this thing on her own. So the question...
Yeah, Rosalina's a god. That's why. She has godlike powers. She can recreate reality itself. That's how powerful Rosalina is. She is broken in terms of power level.
Why would you even need Mario? If you're such a competent fighter, if you can do all this stuff on your own, if you can be... Well, I can be Peach and Mario and a Street Fighter. Then
so because she fought one machine on her own, that means that Mario can't also do something else? You ever hear of the phrase a war on multiple fronts? Also, maybe it's because, despite being cosmically powerful, she can't do all the things Mario can do. Maybe they have different skill sets. Folks like this are so ridiculous, despite being called the Tactical Templar. Oh, he does spell he spells tactical wrong. Never mind. Tactical means creative strategy. Maybe there's a tactical reason all of them have to fight. Maybe they get separated. Maybe they have to have different missions all at the same time, you know? We don't know because we haven't seen the movie yet. Maybe they get captured and Mario saved them, you know? And that could be it too. Mario saved Peach from the wedding, basically. I mean, granted, she broke out too, but like still. Like, right there is an example. It's not complicated. This isn't rocket science. This is basic logic.
What do you need Mario for? Like, what do you need him to collect all the stars for? This is where this sort of thing falls apart.
Does it? You haven't seen the movie yet. Here's the thing. Maybe if you watch the movie, and there's a reason. Here's an example right there. In Lord of the Rings, why does anyone do anything when Gandalf is there? Why do they need Frodo when Gandalf is there? That logic is ridiculous because we know the plot of Lord of the Rings. But that's basically what Tactical Templar is doing. He's looking at Lord of the Rings' trailer and going, well, if Gandalf is a wizard, why do we need Frodo to take the ring to Mordor? It seems like he could just do it himself. Like, well, there's a reason for it in the film and in the book. You would know if you actually knew what you're talking about. That's the gist of what he's doing. He's just looking at things and going like, well, what about when this happens? And, no, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's what it is.
You have this intrusive feminist modern ideology that is incompatible with some of these older franchises, and it is off.
Princess Peach has had an action role since her second appearance, and Rosalina has been the most powerful creature in the Mario universe since Galaxy. Well, not the most powerful, but she's extremely powerful.
It sticks out like a sore thumb. I don't think it's going to tank the movie. I don't think anything like that, but it is noticeable. It is noticeable. And I know how angry some of these freaks get. Stay mad, you fucking homunculuses. You people that are disgusting and stupid and weird. You are anti-normal. You are abnormal.
You're so lame at insults, you're ripping off fucking Young Frankenstein for jokes, buddy. Listen, dude. Most people don't care. The majority of people who watch this think, oh, this looks cool, and then they move on with their lives.
At Wing of Shoe super chatted $5.
No, thank you.
Templar name Fit says he wants to go back to 1200 where women had less rights and protections. He's afraid of women wearing pants even.
You'd hate Joan of Arc. I'd tell you that right now. Who, by the way, was in that era. Abby Normal, I think. I'm almost sure that was the name.
It is weird that they have...
he's going to say what it is. Okay.
Of the two women who are background characters be the main fighters.
Buddy, it's weird you think traveling to a planet is an action scene. It's weird you think the movie... You can tell the whole movie by just the trailers, what they're showing. It's weird that you care this much about a couple frames of animation. Also, Princess Peach and Rosalina as background characters. You mean characters who've been playable in multiple Mario games ever since? Princess Peach, again, was playable in the second game. Main component of almost all the games is Princess Peach. She's been a playable character in Smash since Melee. Over 20 years ago. Galaxy came out decades ago, and Rosalina was not a background character. She was a major figure. It's amazing how these people out themselves as tourists constantly. They are such tourists. And mind you, I don't know everything. I know very little in the scheme of things. But I know this. I know Mario, Princess Peach, and Daisy, and Rosalina, and Luigi, and all of them. They're pretty major characters in Mario. Now, if it was Birdo, who was the main action-packed character in this scene, yeah, you'd have an argument. Why is Birdo getting all the spotlight? That'd be weird. But it's not Birdo. It's not any of those guys. It's Princess Peach. One of the most important characters in the franchise. Wow, it is so bizarre how bad his argument is. Jeez, okay.
And Mario and Luigi are relegated to, this scene here.
Mario and Luigi are relegated to another action scene. Look, it's right there. There's an action scene. There's an action scene. To make the villain look intimidating, Mario is directly fighting Bowser Jr. See? So you're full of shit.
At Carissanomatic super chatted $2. Deuteragonist SP.
Yeah.
Learn basic literature Tempe.
Basic stuff. Not even complicated. It's a very simple one. Hell, right there. How dare Mario get into an action scene where we're wondering, is he going to be okay? Is he going to survive? As the final major action beat of the trailer.
They are barely featured, where they're getting their butts kicked by Bowser Jr.
Yeah, how else can you establish a threat if you don't show the main characters being threatened? That drives audiences to theaters going, oh, is he going to be okay? How is he going to beat him? You know, that's tension. That's conflict. That's interesting. And you're allergic to that. Do you want Mars to beat the bad guy in the trailer? That seems bizarre to me. How he just dodged an attack. He's not getting beaten at all.
Stay mad all you want, but it's the reality.
It's not the reality. You sound delusional.
That'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. See you next time.
You didn't say anything. Like, what does this fucking guy say, actually? Jesus. This guy can't... Okay, we're going to look at one more thing, then we're going to call it a night, I think. We're going to look at one more thing of his. Something shorter, preferably, because I'm a little stunned by how bad... And I'm not going to go with the political stuff, because I feel like that's, like, predictable. I do find it strange how he jumps from, like, Papa Gut to, like, Olympics to Trump to veterans to different lawsuits. Like, he's all over the place content-wise. Like, what's his core audience? The leftists tried to dox me. Like, come on. Like, what is your channel's a message to haters? That should be fun. Yeah, right. I want to see him play. I want to see him play Wonder and see the elephant trick. That'd be fun to see.
John,
him, like, talk about
chapter 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Is that an AI James Earl Jones? Is that AI James Earl Jones? That's AI James Earl Jones.
Same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life for me, for he was before me. And looking upon Jesus, 3 firkins apiece. Jesus saith unto them,
is this just a
fill
Bible
the water
quote?
pots with water. Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born?
That's not a message for the haters. It's just bullshit. It's AI slop. He doesn't even have any good visuals there.
At the Waverunner super chatted $2. No, actually, Rosalina made the galaxy. Lol.
Fair. Okay, fair point. I got banned from Silvervale's Discord. How did you get... Jesus. What? Jesus Christ. Okay.
At 000 Agent 88 super chatted $5. In his slight defense, Jones did do a Bible audiobook.
I'm sure I'm sure the real thing would be really good, but he's not. You know. Okay, let's see him get banned from Silvervale's Discord. Yes, this is AI.
I actually want to talk about something that I find to be extremely funny. I was banned from Silvervale's Discord.
I find it funny
and
too.
It wasn't for a single thing I said in that Discord.
At Straw Hat Monty 22,897 super chatted $2.
Sorry.
This dude's intro made me play Dark Souls again. Why?
You know what? Fair. Valid. All right, we're going to wrap it up after this, I think, because I'm getting a little tired.
Anyone who knows me knows that from time to time, I join other content creators' Discords just to take a look at the environment, to get to know their communities a little bit better, to see what the vibe is, because I do think it's important information. If I'm talking about people or a community or an industry or a situation, it is more valuable to know the type of people that are in a certain group, the type of community that is gravitating towards that content creator.
Is that why you call everyone who disagrees with you a furry freak?
Well, in Silvervale's community, I didn't really say all that much because it struck me as a little odd. Like, it wasn't bad, but everyone seemed to communicate with like these weird hug emojis and stuff. And it seemed very odd. Nobody really seemed to communicate with words. It seemed like animations and GIFs, and I didn't understand it. For me, it was like hieroglyphics. But
visual. So you can't adjust your language to match the vibe of the place. Okay.
It was banned. Why was I banned? Oh, we're going to take a look. This is too funny. This is why.
You received 100 strikes for your off-platform distasteful misogyny and transphobic commentary that not welcomed. So because he's such an asshole on the internet, they kicked him off of Silvervale's Discord. Which, I mean, hey, props to Silvervale. Yeah, you deserved it. Get wrecked. Yeah.
I was banned. I don't know. You have received 100 strikes. I don't know what that means. 100 strikes. I didn't know they were counting strikes. But apparently I hit 100. 4. Your off-platform, distasteful, misogyny, and transphobic commentary are not welcome in this community. I was too based.
No, yeah, good for that's base of Silvervale and all of her community. They're like, no, you're an asshole. Get the fuck out of here. Get wrecked, bitch. More people should do this. More people should do this. If, like, you're creating a community, especially of younger female audience members, and a guy like Tactical Templar comes in, ban him. Don't let him stick around. That's how it festers. People like that, they get an inch, they take a mile, they try to influence things, they do what they want to do in the community. I'm not even saying he'll do something criminal or bad. I'm not talking about grooming or anything like that. I'm just saying he brings the vibe down. You know, he makes you feel uncomfortable. That's all. I'm not saying he's going to do anything illegal or terrible. He doesn't have to. He's just a negative person to be around. It makes you miserable being around the guy. So that's what you got to do. You got to kick him out. Can't let him stay. You got to go.
I was too based. I was too honest. I was too direct, and they didn't like it.
Outside the community, it's your videos. That got you banned.
Now, did I put any of that in the actual Discord? No. No, I don't typically do that at all. Except for Tech.
At Carissanomatic super chatted $5. VTubing is primarily girl empowerment since it's femme-dominated. 90% he's just a tourist with it.
Yeah. A lot of VTubers do like stuff to attract a male audience, that's true, or a female queer audience. But like it is, a lot of women like VTubing. A lot of women enjoy it. And a lot of VTubers are liberal or leftist. A lot of them are LGBTQIA. So you can imagine why. I don't think Silvervale's straight. I can see why she'd be very uncomfortable with some of Tactical Templar's rhetoric.
Tectone's Discord, because it's filled with people who know who I am and are cool with it. And even in Tectone's Discord, I still pull it back. You know, I'm not there to cause problems. I'm not. But I think this is hysterical. Now, I want you to keep in mind that I was one of the first commentators to defend Silvervale when she was being harassed by the LGBTQ mob. You know, you talk about the transphobic commentary. The trans community wanted to bully Silvervale into taking her own life, into her killing herself. The trans community is the most disgusting, degenerate, unctuous, foul, demonic.
I see why they banned him from the Discord now. Look, here's the thing. Silvervale was very controversial during the Hogwarts Legacy stuff specifically. I think that's what he's referring to. It all comes back to Hogwarts Legacy consistently. Silvervale played Hogwarts Legacy. That got into a lot of controversy with a lot of people who were offended by that. However, saying that a set number of people who maybe, again, I at the time was also very negative towards Silvervale. I was not very positive. I was negative about it too. But there's a huge difference between someone criticizing someone for a decision that they make with their platform and wishing harm upon them. That's very different. I think a lot of the rhetoric got out of control, myself included. I think a lot of people said things that were probably unfair, especially in hindsight. But again, that was also years ago. And at no point did Silvervale, I think, criticize the trans community directly. I don't remember. If I'm wrong, point it out to me. I don't remember the whole situation. I'm a little hazy on it. So if I said something that was in response to a statement that's like, oh, you know, this was Silvervale rejecting the trans community, whatever, then yeah, I'm gonna forget about it because I don't remember it all that vividly. But I don't remember her saying anything. I think I remember her criticizing Twitter as an audience collectively. But I also can't blame her for criticizing Twitter, because Twitter is a madhouse, quite frankly. Point is, Tactical, you defending a VTuber against people years and years ago means nothing in 2025. That was 2 years ago. And you weren't the first person to defend Silvervale. There were plenty of people defending Silvervale. She had a whole army of people defending her. Just because you were one person, that does not mean you're entitled to any special treatment. Oh, so Crimson Ender does my thumbnails. I just saw in the comments. Yeah, Crim does my thumbnails. Actually, he's working on one right now. I can show you a sketch, actually, probably soon, but...
At GSuave8 super chatted $5. I think the discussion about HW Legacy being dominated by JKR sucks, distracted from the insane deliberate anti-Semitism of the game.
Yeah, that was a big... That was one of the arguments I had with Sai, actually. It was one of the big breaking points with Sai initially, that she was... did not get the fact that the blood libel was so transparent. It was like what's the horn that they have in the game that the goblins use? It's like a... Again, I'm not Jewish. I forget the terminology in the Jewish mass, but I know that horn was a replica of a very specific horn in the Jewish culture that the goblins are using. And it's like, that's ridiculous. That's a little weird. Like, very specific design. I remember that. But again, the point is the shofar. There we go. Sorry. Again, names I'm not specific. I don't know. I'm not Jewish, so I don't know the specific names, despite what people say. But again, that was in 2023. People have had time to cool off. They've had times to reassess the situation. I don't think people are still as mad about Hogwarts Legacy today as they were when the game came out. Or even have the same opinions they have in the game as they did when it came out. People have had time to change their perspectives on things. Chauffeur, thank you. Further, nothing bad actually happened to Silvervale, as far as I remember. I remember there was a list they compiled of all different streamers who played Hogwarts Legacy, but nothing bad happened to any of those streamers. Meanwhile, people were doxxed and swatted for criticizing people in that situation, if I remember correctly. But I forget. Point is, that was a controversy where a lot of people acted in ways that they would not normally act. It was also 2 years ago. You know? Get the fuck over it. Like, just because you defended someone does not mean you're entitled to any special treatment after the fact. Wasn't it closed? I don't know if it was closed. I know that they've been mentioning doing more Hogwarts games since, but Warner Brothers Games closes so many studios. I don't even know what I don't even know what they have open anymore.
A group of people, and that's why these people hate themselves as much as they hate others, which is why there's a 13 to 41% suicide rate. I mean, just astonishing numbers.
And buddy, I can't imagine why Silvervale banned you. Are you that shocked by it? That your response to being banned for transphobia is to spout more transphobia? You're just validating the decision more and more. You're digging to China, as they used to say. Just say more transphobic bullshit. I'm sure that will get you back in Silvervale's Discord after that.
In this group, which tells you it's a mental illness, it's not an ideology. But they said distasteful misogyny and transphobic commentary are no. So somebody saw my tweet about something, and I really wish they would have told me which one, because I would have loved to broadcast that again. But they weren't specific, and nobody reached out to me, because nobody in this community or anyone else takes the time to really communicate all that much.
They don't want to fucking talk to you because you're an asshole. That's what the problem is, dude. You suck. No one likes you. The right thinks you're a clown. The left thinks you're an asshole. No one wants to actually talk to you. No one wants to discuss anything with you because you're an ass. It's that simple. No one is entitled to give you an explanation as to why they ban you. You're just banned. Get the fuck out. Hell, the fact they say you're off-platform distasteful misogyny and transphobic commentary, it's not necessarily your tweets. You have a whole collection of it. It's called your YouTube channel. All of your videos are like that. All your posts are like that. It's that simple. No one likes you. Frankly, I don't know why anyone stomachs your taste. Stomachs what you have to say.
They just have their little fiefdom, and they don't bother to answer questions, and that's that. But I was banned for distasteful misogyny. I love this so much. I can't even begin to tell you how much I love this.
This is cope. This is bad cope, my dad. I get to an extent, everyone copes a little bit. Everyone has their moment. They have disbelief. They have to vent to someone. That's fair. I get that. I respect that. You don't post a 15-minute video about it.
A Christmas gift. You mean to tell me that my truthful commentary, my very basic analysis of situations, is genuinely too much for you? You freak out and you can't handle this sort of big...
No one wants to listen to you. That's the problem. It's not about freaking out. They're like, oh, fuck this guy. You're out. That's it. No one cares. No one's freaking out. Oh my God, Tactical Templars in Discord. What are we gonna do? Oh my God, do we ban him? Do we mute him a little bit? No, just freaking cast you out. No one likes you, and you're only allowed to stay as long as you did because they didn't notice you were there until that point. That's it.
Basic analysis that distasteful misogyny. I wonder what they were talking about specifically. There's so much that you could pull from. That's such a meaningless word.
He's so ass mad about this. He's so ass mad.
At this point, isn't it? It's such a meaningless, empty word.
So meaningless.
What specifically have I said that's misogynistic to this person? To people that probably have, 10 vaccinations in their bio and, pronouns. I'm a Zer. I identify as that. And transphobic.
So mad.
Like, the absolute audacity of you claiming, oh, well, you're too transphobic. Considering what the trans community tried to do to Silverville. They tried to destroy her.
I think you misunderstand where people stand on this topic. Silverville that community banned you for being transphobic. Maybe, just maybe, they have the good sense to realize that whatever beef they had with a specific group of people wasn't all trans people in the entire planet. Again, I want to point out, I think there's a lot of the situations complicated with the Hogwarts Legacy game. It's a lot of back and forth. A lot of people got caught up in the anger, and a lot of people wanted to criticize a streamer for something they thought was worth criticizing. And that's fair. You can criticize someone for choosing to play a game you disapprove of. That's totally fine and valid. And not the actions of every individual person in the community, many of whom never even heard of the controversy. Frankly, the vast majority of trans people never heard that Silvervale was playing this game. Because the vast majority of people don't live on Twitter. It's that simple. Most people don't know about a fraction of the controversies online, but even with people they like, because they're not terminally online. Jesus Christ, this person's a loser. Okay. This is 15 minutes of cope. I think 5 minutes we've heard enough. Oh my goodness. God's strongest warriors, everyone. Taken down by 5 seconds of a Discord mod. Alright, well that's enough for that guy. Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh my goodness. We have had some good times today, I think. We've had a lot of good times today, but I think it's time we started to wrap things up for today. But not before we give a little preview of what is to come. 1 second. Perfect. Perfect. So I think I can show you a preview of what we're going to be doing on Friday. Now, I'll wait. But I'll show you one thing. I'll show you a character. I'll show you 2 characters I'm going to be talking about on We want that? 2 characters we're going to be talking about on Friday? Alright, preview for what's going to happen on Friday. I'm going to show you 2 images of 2 characters who will be discussed in Friday's video. Here is character number 1. Alright, ready for this? Character number 1. Here's one character we'll be discussing on Friday. And now, character number 2. You all ready for this? Alright. Character number 2. Just a little preview of what is to come. Character 1. Character 2. Oh, thumbnails in motion. The video's being edited right now. I think we're ready to call it a night, though. It's gonna be an interesting ride. I figured I took a little too long to jump on the Knights of Guinevere discussion to make a normal video about it. So to make it more interesting, I decided to make it a little, add a little twist to it. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us on this fun little excursion down the path to fight God's strongest warriors. I intend to spend tomorrow celebrating my birthday. Chat, how old am I? Can you guess how old I am gonna be tomorrow? Chat, please guess how old I'm gonna be. I'm curious. I am definitely a little curious about this. A little scared to hear what your answers are. Yeah, so actually within next hour, it'll be my birthday, so I'm excited for that. 34, 35, 29, 23, 34, 32, 34, 28, 34, 30. A lot of you guessed it, which is good. 34. I'm going to be 34 tomorrow. So, 34. I'm flattered you think I'm 27 years old. So, I appreciate that, though. That's not the case. All right. So, 34 years old. So, thank you, everyone, for joining. I'm going to go see if my son's okay. And, I don't know, have some tea, maybe? A little more tea. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good rest of the night. Take care.